Right. Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Bukhari, and I'll be your host for the second day of the virtual annual medical conference. Thank you so much for coming on today, and for those of you who were here yesterday as well. I hope there was lots of information that you gathered from yesterday, and I hope there's going to be a lot more from today's sessions. Um, we again have a great lineup of speakers that are going to be with us today and sharing their expertise in the specific areas. We are going to be starting the day with some person statement advice. Then we'll be moving on to interview advice. We will have one of our previous package students. So these are students who have been with us for the entirety of the application process and have actually got offers. So we'll have one of our package students from last year joining on the call to answer any of your questions. A lot of you have been messaging with questions about our packages. I'm sure she can help out and answer as well as we can help as well. And then after you'll have an afternoon break, and then after the lunch break, we will be going into some medical ethics, which will be good for all of you in terms of your SJT, for those of you that are doing the UCAT, which is everyone now. And for interviews as well, it's important to have a good grounding of SJT. So we'll be looking at some sort of ethical scenarios and ethical questions and dilemmas and how to answer them. And then before you go this afternoon, finally, we will have a sort of radiology virtual work experience for any of you who are interested in a career in radiology. It's a jam-packed day, as yesterday was, lots of information. So please make sure you're nice and refreshed, revitalized. You've got some water with you, you've got a notepad and pen, and you're taking notes as you're going along and trying to get as much information out as possible. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to our first speaker, who is Ikra. She's been an amazing tutor for us for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years now. She's helped hundreds and hundreds of students with their applications into medical and dental school in the UK. And she's now going to come on and I'm sure, give you as much information as she can in the time she has been allotted for the person statement. So I'm going to hand it over to Ikra.
Thank you. Okay, so hi, I'm Ikra. I'm a final year medical student and I'm studying at Newcastle. Bear with me while I just share my screen for you guys to see. Okay, here we go. So what I'm going to be talking about is the person statement kind of side of things. So these slides were created by Dr. Aisha Malik, who kind of helps run Medicot, and I'm just going to be presenting them today. So, in terms of the personal statement, some of you may already know kind of like information, but just to make sure we're all kind of starting off on the same page. So your personal statement is a written statement that you're writing, where you're kind of um in the most modest way possible, kind of tooting your own horn, I suppose, because obviously these people don't know who you are, and you have literally 4,000 characters to display why you think that you'd be a really good like medic or dentist, whatever course you're applying to. So 4,000 characters seemed like a lot because 4,000 seems like a lot, but it's characters, not words, and actually equates to like one side of A4, roughly speaking. Um, and it's really hard to kind of put everything onto one page because by now you guys have probably done a lot in terms of like work experience and volunteering and just other things that you've done outside of school. And it's really hard to kind of like put that into just like 4,000 characters, which is why it's such an art to kind of write a personal statement. And we're going to go through some stuff today, which hopefully um, will help you. So the first thing being the skills and qualities. So this is something to just be aware of in terms of lingo that we use. So what skills means and what qualities means, not just for your personal statement, but also even for your interview, because they may just ask you at this stage it might be very vague, like kind of give me an example of like 2 or 3 skills that you've exemplified in your volunteering work, for example. You need to know the difference between a skill and a quality. So a skill is something that you kind of learn with time and you acquire it and you get better at it. And it's something you work upon. Like For example, you weren't born a leader, but you do acquire that skill over time, though. And then a quality is something that's a little bit more intrinsic to you. So, are you quite an empathetic, caring, compassionate person? That's like their examples, basically, of a quality. These next slides might be useful because I remember when I was writing my personal statement, I struggled with, I guess, kind of trying to figure out buzzwords to include in my personal statement. So I do remember 5, 6 years ago typing in to Google attributes that make a good doctor and then like kind of nicking some from Google. So this might help you having ideas, I guess, just on what you could include in your personal statement. I mean, even in your answers in interview as well, to be fair. So these are examples anyway of quality. So professionalism, compassion, humility, understanding, honesty, being respectful, having empathy. Empathy is a huge one. Always include that in your personal statement and definitely in your interview answers as well. Obviously responsibility because you are going to be a leader. And then being culturally aware because you're treating a wide range of patients, having commitment because you can't really do something like medicine or dentistry without being quite a committed person. And then reflection, which basically is your personal statement as well. Um, it is 4,000 characters of you reflecting. I quite like the phrase like on reflection when you're giving your answers like in an interview, or you could even include that in your personal statement. Because you're just really like sticking it into their face, like, look, yeah, I am reflecting and I've written here on reflection. So you're making it quite, um, self-explanatory for them. And these are example of skills. Again, like jot some down that you find really, interesting or like stood like stand out to you that you can include in your personal statement, or even kind of just drop into your answers for interview if it's relevant, obviously. So communication, huge. Organization, leadership, teamwork. Leadership and teamwork I sometimes kind of like bunch together. Um, just because sometimes you can think of examples, not all the time. Of course, if you can only think of two separate examples, that's absolutely fine as well. But sometimes there are examples where you have worked as a leader and a team player at the same time. So to cut down on like characters, I try and bunch them together where I can. Teaching, which is a huge part of medicine dentistry. Obviously, I can only speak about medicine because all that I've had experience in. But teaching is a huge part. Like I've been teaching, not just with medical, but with uni as well. Um, I think pretty much ever since I was third year, really. Um, and I didn't expect to like teaching as much as I have. And I do it like pretty much on a daily basis now, it feels like. Time management, research is obviously a massive part of medicine because we practice evidence-based medicine. Resilience, which a lot of people surprisingly like miss out, but I think it's a huge part of well, it should be a huge part of your personal statement if you have the space, of course. Because you're not ever going to get anything right the first time round, and you have to be quite a resilient person to get through a course like medicine or dentistry. Reflection again, working under pressure, analytical and problem solving skills, and decision making kind of come together. You can probably think of maybe one example that bunch all those together. Stress relief, which often comes up at interview, and then being an active listener goes very well with being able to adapt your communication, which was one of the first skills that we mentioned. Okay, so a lot of people ask, what experiences can I include? What experiences do I need? So obviously, work experience. So the best one of the best things that you can include is work experience in the profession that you want to go into. We're lucky in terms of wanting to get into medicine and dentistry because they're even though because of COVID it made things a little bit more difficult actually in getting work experience. But we're quite lucky because the degrees that we want to go into, um, we have opportunities to gain work experience in comparison to maybe other degrees like economics, where you might not be able to get work experience as readily. Um, yeah, work experience in that field that you wanted to go into, because your as a statement and your answers, you're going to be relating everything obviously back to medicine or dentistry, whatever degree you're wanting to get into. The best thing to help convince them that you're a good fit for that degree. Is you proving that seen, you've had experience, you had a placement in this degree, in this career that you want to go into. And that shows that maybe you're not going into making that decision of being a medic or being a dentist like lightheartedly, and that you're not going in with rose-tinted glasses. So try really hard to get work experience. We can maybe speak about that at the end, about how people have managed to get work experience, even through, of course, like the difficult times of COVID and working through the backlog of that as well. Any type of voluntary work is amazing to include. Um, it could be anything, it doesn't have to be medicine related. I remember speaking about my voluntary work in a care home. I worked with children. It was a baking club that was quite testing. Baking with children can be quite hard. So anything really, because a lot of those, when you read those skills and qualities, you'll see that you could literally relate that to anything. It doesn't have to be medicine related. And often for you guys, of course, it's not going to be, because you're pre-med or pre dentistry. So, any type of voluntary work would be really useful. It's about how you speak about things rather than what the experience is necessarily. And then extracurricular activities, so anything that you've done, that could be like sports, it could be like enterprise things. I've heard of NCS quite a bit, DV, that as well, and including paid work. That's really important because that was quite like that was a myth, I think, in my time when I was applying, because I took a gap year, so I was working that year when I applied, and I wasn't sure if I could include my paid work or not. I'm not sure why I doubted myself as to why I could include it. I did eventually end up including it because I asked people that knew the answer to my question. But yeah, don't be shy of including paid work. That as well is about how you talk about it. It doesn't have to be medicine related. Be anything like retail, any type of retail, working in the food industry, any type of work can make relevant. And then again, hobbies that you have. So work experience, again, you'll see everyone have everyone will have a different kind of, variety of work experience. It could be online, it could be in person. Of course, again, because of COVID, I've seen a lot more online work experience that people have had, which is fine. Again, it's about how you speak about it and how active that work experience was for you and how much you got to observe. So again, it's honestly, you could sell them a bin bag if you spoke about it in the right way. And then obviously really reflect on your work experience in the correct way. And when you're going on work experience, if you've not had work experience already, or if you're kind of going, if you're arranging it in the near future, one thing that I'd really recommend is going with a book and write down, honestly, like it'll be like a little story time in your book, like narrate everything that you've seen, that you've observed, and think about things about how you're going to write it. So maybe kind of write it down in the perspective of, okay, these are the qualities or skills that I'm attributing to this certain experience that I'm going to write about that I've seen just now. Because that'll make your life a lot easier when it comes to actually writing your personal statement. And then this is just kind of template to show you guys how it would look when you jot everything down about the experiences and voluntary work and all that you've done. So work experience here, this is an example of somebody that they've done. So they've done a week in cardiology, they've gone to a cancer conference, read this book that is, medically related, they went to a webinar, voluntary work, so care home, again, not strictly medical related. They're feeding the homeless for a year, tutoring as well. They worked in a charity shop and they did a charity cake sale. And then with extracurricular, they've done all these things like they're an EPQ DV that we spoke about, this spoken about their job, and then hobbies that they've got as well on the side. So it's a good balance because inadvertently, if you're writing about things that aren't just like medically related, you're kind of showing them that you have a life outside of school and outside of wanting to get into medicine, and they do want an all-rounded person. So your work experience definitely have things that are like dentistry or medicine related, But everything else definitely doesn't have to be, and actually probably work to your strength if it's not, because again, it shows that you are a person outside of medicine or dentistry. So, in terms of weak and strong examples that to include in your personal statement. So, an example that is weak is an experience that doesn't really relate to the skill that's being mentioned, and the interviewer or the person who's reading your admissions sheet, or the person who's reading your personal statement has to really extrapolate um, and try and really help you out in terms of trying to ascribe um, a quality or a skill that's related to whatever experience you're talking about. So an example would be talking about me being on the rounders team, and that shows manual dexterity. It's a bit far-fetched, doesn't really relate. I'm just trying to shove in manual dexterity into my example because maybe I couldn't think of anything else for manual dexterity. So I thought, you know what, I'm just gonna, put it here, but it doesn't make sense. So don't include things related to your experience that don't make sense. And again, make sure the people are reading your um personal statement because they'll be able to give you this feedback. And a strong example would be obviously an experience that quite clearly, like 2 + 2 = 4, it does make sense. So round me playing part of the school rounders team, that shows teamwork. And then I talk about how it shows teamwork and how I was a good team player and things like that. That's very, clear cut in terms of how it's related. I'm not creating extra work for the admissions tutor or the and then active and passive experiences. This is really important as well. So a passive experience is you watching a webinar because you're not really doing anything, you're just watching, you're observing. And then an active experience is you being able to practice surgical skills. Maybe they posted you out some equipment that during the webinar you were able to actually, and here you could talk about manual dexterity. You were actually able to practice some like surgical, suturing skills or whatever it may be. But that's an active example in comparison to just sat there watching. And obviously, we'd prefer an active example over passive. And then when it comes to writing your personal statement, so this is you've probably seen this format quite a bit. So it's an introduction, work experience, voluntary work, goes straight into hobbies and conclusion. What's often wrong with this format is it doesn't flow, and the kind of structure that medical encourage, it's easier to kind of see the link between things rather than your introduction, work experience, voluntary work, and hobbies being so like separate. So introduction and conclusion will stay the same. It's the start and end of your personal statement, but it's the middle where your work experience, voluntary work, and hobbies, because it's all very separate, you you might have you might want to put in two examples that one comes from your work experience and maybe one comes from your hobbies that shows leadership. And it's hard to put those together when you follow a format like this. Whereas if the main body of your personal statement follows a structure that's more geared towards your attributes, so that attribute is an umbrella term for qualities and skills, then you are able to group together experiences from different areas. So from your work experience, from your voluntary work, and you can put them together you know, in the narrative of I want to talk about communication skills, I want to talk about leadership. This is an example of kind of how we think that your paragraph should look like. So PREE, you may have heard of it before. So point, reflect, example, evidence. So these are kind of like sentence starters of what you can include. So an excellent doctor has XYZ as their attribute. It doesn't have to just be one. I often say like you could group together like maybe three or pushing it four. Um, that would go together. So for example, like being an active team player, there's so many other attributes that you have to have. You have to be a good communicator, you have to be quite supportive, you have to maybe be an active listener, maybe you have to be quite good at problem solving. So it depends on what your example looks like as to which attributes you include. But don't just stop at one attribute. You can often bunch together quite a couple and really capitalize on every single experience that you're talking about. And this is important because that's you reflecting an example. When did you witness it? And then how you develop that attribute. Talk about yourself as well. And then this is an example of how it would look like. So an excellent doctor has empathy and communication skills. Do you see how we didn't stop at one? We wanted to really capitalize and use this example really well. Um, and then these attributes are important because they lead to a good doctor-patient relationship. I witnessed these attributes during my work experience in cardiology. The doctor had to break bad news, etc. And then you speak about um, kind of what communication skills they use, perhaps. And then how did you develop that attribute? And then you speak about how you've um, exemplified empathy and communication skills, and this person has chosen their voluntary work and they were feeding the homeless and at a care home. And you see how here, if you were using the previous format, it would be quite difficult because you want to bunch together here feeding the homeless and a care home, and if they belong to two different categories, it'd be quite hard to mix them. So now this kind of bit onwards, because I know I've talked at you guys a lot, is quite interactive. So I know there's quite a lot of us, there's 125 of us on this Zoom. So if you could put in the chat maybe the answer, and if you're brave enough to speak out, that's also absolutely fine. You can unmute and let me know what you think the answer is. Don't be shy, this is an absolutely like safe space for learning. No question or answer is silly at all. So I really encourage you to kind of interact to get the most out of this experience. So what do we think is wrong with this? So the example is, ever since I was 2 years old and broke my arm, I knew I wanted to be a doctor because of how well the doctors looked after me. What do we think? Oh, we've got loads of responses. Great, great. Okay. So you do not remember being too good point. Everyone's saying yes, fake, and it's very passive. And the fact that them being 2 years old is a little bit of a stretch. Thank you everyone for contributing. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so I don't remember anything from being 2 years old. I don't know if anyone else does, but I'm assuming not. Um, so yeah, and it's a little bit of like a eureka moment. Of what like you wouldn't have at 2 years old. I doubt you would have reflected on um how that doctor was or remembered anything from that moment. So saying that that's why you want to be a doctor now, yeah, it's not very convincing. So what's wrong with this one? The moment I watched my sister's child being born, I knew I was going to be a doctor. What do we think? Do we like it? Do we not? It's a bit, we've led you down a path that we don't like it. So why do we not? Everyone said it's too vague. Okay, no skills and attributes described. Unrealistic. More midwifery. That's a really good point. Yeah, you have to be careful that you're coming across medicine or dentistry or whatever degree you're applying for. You don't want to lead them down a garden path. And someone else has just said a sudden moment of epiphany is unrealistic. Exactly. Um, we don't want a eureka moment. Often, I mean, even if you ask me now, I'm a fifth year medical student, and if you ask me why I wanted to do medicine in the first place, I'd probably struggle a little bit in trying to kind of articulate it. One, because I struggle with that anyway. But second of all, because it's often multifactorial. It's not like I sat down and thought, you know what? I fancy being a doctor today. And I'm going to stick with that. And I'm just going to firm this decision and do it for the rest of my life. It's often not a decision like that. So try and kind of, in the most concise way possible, because granted it's difficult because you only have 4,000 characters, you want to kind of show them the organic kind of um, journey of your motivation to do medicine. What's wrong with this one? As William Osler once said, the good physician treats the disease and the great physician treats the patient who has the disease. I want to be a doctor, as I'm someone who will be taught to treat the patient rather than the disease itself. What do we think? Why do we not like it? It's passive, it's a quote, yes. Someone said it's really long, it is. Yeah, exactly. It's someone else's words, not yours. And it's not very personal. Again, thank you guys so much for all your contributions in the chat. I really appreciate it. So yeah, it's a quote. It's nice. It looks nice and it reads very nicely, but it's something you kind of drop into interview if you had the chance, if you really wanted to. It's not something you use in your personal statement. Everything should be your own words and it should be personal. Um, and it doesn't really show your reflection or anything. You just like the quote. Okay, so what's wrong with this one? My fascination by the intricacy of the human body is what draws me to medicine. What do we think? Why is it not great? Some said cliche. Yeah, you guys are really hitting the nail on the head again. Um, it relates to a lot of careers. It's not specifically medicine. So yeah, like medicine's very like a multifactorial as to what, makes up the degree and the career. But if it's just the intricacy of the human body, arguably, like you have teachers, for example, when you're in med school, especially in the first 2 years, actually, um, anatomy dies down really after that. Again, depending on which medical school you go to, but on the most part. And in your preclinical years, you're learning anatomy and you've got teachers that are teaching you it. And then, they've gone into learning about the human anatomy because they're really, really fascinated by it. Why not do that career path? Then why pick medicine? Because if that's your main motivation, someone could question that as to do you actually really understand what medicine's about? Why don't we like this one? Throughout my whole life, my sister regularly visited the hospital for blood transfusions. Due to her experiences, I gained an interest in medicine. What do we think? Why do we not like it? Yeah. Again, everyone's definitely got the right idea. I'm just echoing what everyone else has said in the chat, which is it's not your experience, it's somebody else's. And it's very passive. Do you remember how we spoke about active and passive examples before, a couple of slides ago? This is a prime example of a passive um experience. Doesn't really do you many favors. If you were actually there, like counseling your sister, if you were actually communicating with the staff, if you were heavily involved, which some family members are, um, then you could write about that, but it's about how you write about it. You need to kind of flip it around to make it active for yourself. Speak about your active experience and how you were involved actively in your sister's experience with the hospital. But this just really won't cut it because it's way too passive. Um, and if you like, you should have this attitude when reading your own personal statement or anybody else's. If you're trying to help them out as well, which would be very kind of you. Um, read it and think, am I convinced that this is going to make you a good doctor? Am I convinced if I was think like an admissions tutor and be really cutthroat with your own personal statement? Um, does this convince me that this person is or will be a good medical student and a good doctor in the future? To really try and put yourself in the admissions tutor's mind, that really helps. What's wrong about this? I'm Amelia, a biomedical sciences graduate, and I've always wanted to apply for medicine. What do we think? Why don't we like it? Someone's very cutthroat, then why didn't you? Yeah, I agree with everything that's been put in the chat. And also, like, I'm Amelia. They've got your application already. Your name is not going to convince them that you're going to be a really good medical student. Um, and they'll have this information that you're a biomedical science graduate, that your name is XYZ. They'll have all this. They don't need it. You're wasting characters. Genuinely, you could use those elsewhere. And when you're stressed out at the end when you're over on characters, this is the stuff that you'd cut out. And again, always wanting to apply for medicine, it doesn't add anything. In all honesty, it is an absolute waste of characters introducing yourself. And again, someone else picked up on the word always. It is very exaggerated. now we're going to flip on to more positive things. So, what's good about the following? So, my 3 week stay in hospital gave me invaluable insight into the medical field. Why do we like this? Yeah, someone said it's a personal experience. Yeah. So everyone's agreed and said the same thing. It's a personal experience and it's active in comparison to the passive experience we just spoke about. This is very active. And again, it sets you up to speak about maybe the attributes that you saw in the doctor and how maybe you view those attributes. It's more organic, and it's more personal for sure. So yeah. What's good about this? Following my grandmother's stroke, I was regularly in contact with the doctors in charge of her care. Why do we like it? Yeah, someone's written active, personal, shows how you were involved, responsibility, that's a buzzword, very well done. Yeah, great. Okay, this is really good. You guys are smashing it. So yeah, it's active. You see how like the previous example of the blood transfusions with her sister, I think, well, his or her sister, um, that's very passive. It didn't say or highlight about how you had an active role in their healthcare, whereas here it does. So this is active and this we like. How can we improve this? During my 3 week stay in hospital, I was visited daily by doctors during their ward round, so I gained a lot of insight into their field through our conversations. This is how we'd suggest how you could improve it. You might have some ideas, so I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about how you would improve it, and then we'll go on to the next slide, which shows how we would. So, how would you improve this? Have a little think. I love how cutthroat you guys are being because it's good. And you've got really good ideas as to how you would develop on even just like the two sentences we've given you. It's really good to see. Okay, so let's move on to the next slide. So we could split it up. So my 3 week hospitalization following a severe infection allowed me insight into the medical field, full stop. The genuine care received from the doctors inspired me to further explore a career in medicine. This is a good introduction because then it follows you on to then speak more in depth. So it's good because it also gives a personal kind of like setting the scene. You need some type of context. So this is a really good kind of like starting point. Again, it's not perfect. You guys could make it a lot more concise, perhaps. But just to give you a rough idea, what do we think about this? Although I might not be the brightest candidate, I feel that I would still make a really good doctor. What do we think? Do we like it? Do we know? What would we change? Yeah, it's really sad actually to read something like this. So I agree with everything that everyone's put in the chat. Um, although I might not be the brightest candidate, that's really sad. Like, how can you expect someone to believe in you when you don't believe in yourself? Um, so don't put yourself down. And if you've got to the point of applying for medicine or dentistry, like there is going to be something about you that, you know, and I remember when I was in year 13, I very much had this kind of um I guess attitude that I like I saw everyone else around me. I got rejected from all of my like the places that the medical schools that I applied to in year 13. And I felt really kind of like substandard and felt like, okay, maybe I'm, you know, aiming a little bit too high for medicine. But I had this gut instinct that, do you know what, I might not be the most typical candidate. Um, but I think that I'll still be a really good doctor one day. And that's what kind of propelled me to still sticking to taking a gap year and reapplying. And now, like, thank God I'm in final year medical school. So, don't put yourself down. Like, there's a reason why this feeling of you wanting to be a doctor has been instilled into you. Like, go with it and firm it. Um, and honestly, like anything's possible. I'm not a straight A student by far. Um, I got an A and two Bs and I managed to, make it through. And yes, it was difficult right at the start, but I think everyone finds it difficult to start in medical school. But it gets easier as you go along, and like the passion, the enthusiasm that you have for it takes you through the 3 revising for finals or revising for your exams. And it is really rewarding. So stick with the gut instinct that you have, because the reason why that's been instilled into you is what I'd say. What do we think about this? From my experiences, it should be evident that I'm the best possible candidate. What do we think? Do we like it? Do we not? How does it make you feel? I can see there's also some questions in the chat. I'm probably going to lose those questions, but at the end, if we have time, I don't want to run into the next person's. But if we have time, then I can answer them. But what do we think about this? Yeah, we don't like it. You're very, very arrogant in this. That's what it comes across. I read and I think cringe a bit inside, like, oh, I wish you didn't say it like that. I love the fact that you have belief in yourself, but a little bit arrogant. And obviously that's resonated with you guys too, because you guys don't like it either. So yeah, try and like be modest and be humble, but you know, toot your own horn, but in a humble and modest way. So descriptive versus reflective writing now. So descriptive writing is you kind of being a storyteller, you narrating events that had occurred. This I mean, you do need to give context, but we don't want it to be a descriptive writer at all. We definitely want the bottom one, which is reflective writing. So focus on um kind of what you've learned, what you've observed, and what you've learned from the experiences, and definitely in the context of key attributes. Like I can't stress this enough. Think about whenever you're looking at your personal statement, your brain should be wide in a way where all you can see is attributes, genuinely, about attributes that you've seen the doctor or dentist, or the healthcare professional, if you're not applying for medicine or dentistry in this meeting. But yeah, what you've seen them exemplify and then how that relates to you and how you've exemplified that, that's definitely way better than giving me 4,000 characters of telling me this really nice story, because it doesn't make me think that you'll be a good medical or dental student. Okay, so again, some more interactive stuff. How can we improve this? I'm going to give you some time to think about how you'd improve it, and then we move on to the next slide. So, with my limited knowledge of heart anatomy, I spent a week in the cardiology department in Leeds General Infirmary. I witnessed various examples of doctor-patient interaction. I'm going to give you a couple of seconds just to think about how you'd improve it. What do you want to cut out? Okay, I can see you guys have got really good ideas. Okay, let's move on to the next one and let's see if we had similar ideas. So this is the improved. So instead, we've written shadowing cardiologists in a range of clinical settings gave me insight into the interpersonal skills required in patient-doctor interactions. I was further able to appreciate the necessity of minimizing jargon when explaining complex medical conditions. See how the stuff in bold, like the difference it makes, how you're thinking more about attributes and about kind of like um I guess personal statement jargon that you can include, like things like minimizing jargon is communication, explaining complex things is you showing how you're adapting well, how they've adapted communication. Insight, I think, is just a nice short word to be including. Interpersonal skills, that is an attribute. Patient-doctor interactions, you're reflecting about how those interpersonal skills have positively affected, um, kind of the doctor and their patient, I suppose. Um, but yeah, again, it's not perfect. You could probably edit this even more, but it's definitely an improvement from the previous one. And then, what do we think about this? Being a group leader during a trek in the Lake District as part of my Gold DAV award taught me the importance of teamwork. What do we think? Do we like it? Do we hate it? What's the feeling? Yeah, we're kind of talking about teamwork. We could include leadership, but it depends on how they were, in what kind of role they were in DAV. yeah, at the end we showed like the paragraph, which should definitely relate back to how we've seen maybe leadership or teamwork in a medical setting and our work experience. So I always like when you're talking about being a group leader, I always encourage people to say that they've been elected. Well, you have been to be like to say that they've been elected as a group leader because I feel like it says volumes about you as a person if you might see yourself as a group leader, but if your group don't value or recognize you as a leader, the battle's lost because that's not going to be an effective team with a leader if they don't value you and see you in that light. So being elected by the people and them thinking that you're a leader, and appreciating you in that role, is quite an effective way to write that kind of in your personal statement. Um, but yeah, you definitely need to go into more specifics as to um what what made you a good team player. Um, and someone else spoke about how it started off as a group leader and then it talked about teamwork. It depends on how um how they explain the rest of it and how they execute the rest of the paragraph as to how they kind of mold together the teamwork and leadership because they could pull it off, but it depends on how they go about it. But like I said, you don't want to get too muddled, so you have to be quite clear and quite experienced and to be able to group two things together like teamwork and leadership and do them both justice. But a lot of people are going to mention DV, so you need to make sure that your experience stands out. Um, and then again, be specific to medicine. We don't want to read it and think that why didn't they do charity work instead or be a volunteer for a charity? Why didn't they do DT or art instead if you talk about mind dexterity in the incorrect way? Um, get other people to also read your as a statement and make sure they think that you're applying for the degree that you are applying for. What do you think about this? The expert level of choreography combined with intricate care and delicacy during the 3 hour procedure strengthened my drive to study medicine. This is giving me thesaurus, but what do you guys think? Yeah, it's giving English literature. Yeah, exactly. It's very descriptive and it makes you think of maybe dance because of choreography. Um, and delicacy is just reminding me of food, maybe because I'm hungry, I've not had breakfast. But yeah, I agree with everything that you guys have said. I think this may be our last example that we're going through. Let me just double check um, with medical because may have to kind of move on to the next section so we don't overrun today because I know it is jam-packed for you guys. Okay, I think you're going to be moving on to the next section. I'm assuming, because I think the next person has joined. I hope you found it really useful. And obviously, if you have any questions, just like you can contact Medical and they can get in contact with me, or they'll be able to answer the questions themselves. But thank you so much for interacting as well. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ikra. That was amazing. Thank you so much for all those examples as well with the person statement and just giving all the attendees today an insight into what it's like writing a statement and what key things to look out for. We do have our person statement masterclass, which we run every single year. And Ikra is actually one of the leads for that masterclass too. So if you enjoyed this session and like the way Ikra was speaking about things, do check out the person statement masterclass that we have on our website and is actually part of the package as well. Thank you so much, Ikra, for your time. And if you've got any questions, feel free to reach out to us. If you've got any questions that you want us to send to Ikra, you can send them to us either on WhatsApp or on email, and we'll try to get them answered by her. Great. Our next speaker now, we are slightly behind schedule, but our next speaker, we have Annabelle that's going to come on. And actually, Annabelle was one of our, I believe, premium package students from a few years ago who managed to secure multiple offers, and actually now is reading medicine at her top choice, Oxford. So she's done really, really well. And I remember her application was really strong, and she was very motivated actually when she was applying. And I'm just glad that we were able to be part of her journey, and to see her now where she is, actually coming back and presenting for us as well. That's honestly, it's amazing to see. So yeah, without any taking further time, we're going to bring on Annabelle. Annabelle, over to you.
Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. Give me 1 second. Hope you guys have had a good morning so far. As it's just been said, I'm Annabelle. I'm currently reading medicine at Oxford, and I have been through this process a couple of years ago with Medic Hut, who were massively helpful in my application process. I was a full package holder, so I did the masterclasses with them, lots of tuition with both UCAT, BMAT, interviews, and personal statement. And meant I got four offers back. So incredibly grateful to all their help. Today, I think we've got until about 11:30. We're going to be covering the interview section of this masterclass. If you have any questions at any point, pop them in the chat. I'll try and keep an eye on it as we go through, and I'll give you some time at the end to ask me any questions about interviews and medicinal applications in general. Okay, so first of all, we'll go over the different types of interview. There are three main types of interview that you'll probably come across in the different universities that you'll be applying for. I'd say MMIs, so multiple mini interviews, are definitely the most common and used by pretty much all universities now. You can also get panel interviews, which, as you can see there, it's one candidate and you'll be interviewed by probably several tutors or application staff. And the final type is the Oxbridge interviews, which, due to the nature of our course being quite different, instead of being very clinically focused from the start, we do a very split course where we do preclinical and clinical. So it's got a very research heavy focus. So therefore our interviews reflect that in the tutorial style. So we'll go over each of these different interview types first of all, and then we can cover some top tips on how to answer questions and approach interviews, because it's definitely probably the most daunting part of the process. Everything else you've done up until the point you get to an interview, you've had, someone to help you write your personal statement, kind of behind closed doors, and then you get to your interview and you're there in person or online, hopefully less online nowadays, actually talking with the people that will probably be teaching you or have been through the process. But actually, I would argue it's the most fun part of the application process and the chance for you to really show off all your skills, all the work experience you've done, all the extracurricular activities you've taken part with, and really show off everything that you've been able to do. So it's actually, I would argue, probably the bit I enjoyed the most of the application process. Okay. First of all, I'm going to talk about the Oxbridge interviews. This obviously was what I had to do to get my place at Oxford. And as I said before, this is very academically focused compared to a lot of the other interview types. I had 3 different interviews, and all of them, I'd say out of all of them, I had 2 ethics questions, and everything else was based on some form of academic question, whether that was based on a graph that they gave me that I had to interpret, some form of paper to read, a question from an area of research that tutor was particularly interested in. Everything had a very strong research and academic focus. It's designed not only to test your aptitude for Oxbridge and medicine, but also, and I think more importantly in this example, to test your suitability for the tutorial style learning at Oxford. So the way we get taught is in very small groups. Normally 2-3 of us per tutorial, and it'll be you and one tutor that will be an expert in that area of medicine or biomedicine or whatever you're doing at the time. And it's very much a student-led way of learning. It's a way of you to ask questions that you're not sure about, to discuss something in more depth, and really get as much knowledge out of these experts as you can. They've probably got quite a good idea of that you're suited for the academic side of an Oxbridge interview by the time they've got all your personal statements in, your predicted grades and your previous grades, and any test you've done to get in. So at this point, they want to understand whether they want to teach you and see you for however many hours a week in these small group settings. So it's a way to kind of test out an interview, a tutorial, sorry, and I really enjoyed it. I think my biggest tip would be treat it like a tutorial rather than an interview. You're not expected to know anything like we are in our tutorials. They will lead you through lots of the difficult concepts, and if you're not quite sure, they'll give you lots of hints and kind of guide you in the direct path. And it gives you an opportunity to talk to these really impressive researchers. So enjoy that experience, ask them questions as much as possible. And if you're enjoying it, then hopefully they're enjoying it too, and they'll want to kind of teach you in this way. As I said, I had 3 interviews, and this varies wherever you are. Don't worry about the number of interviews you do or don't get. Some people will have 1, some people will have 5 interviews, and it just depends what colleges are interviewing you. That's no reflection on how you've done at all. It's quite random. I know people that have had both ends of the interview spectrum and have had offers and are now studying here. So don't think into it too much at all. I had 1 interview at my college, which I picked out, so Magdalen, and then I had 2 interviews at a different college, all quite similar interviews, as I said, all very academically focused. Because they're quite different from the other interviews, and we'll go through those in a minute, you probably should prepare for them separately to your other ones. I had a couple of ethics questions, which kind of leads itself and links to the MMI or the panel interviews, but I would instead for this make sure you are really clued up on what you've put in your personal statement. Often you've written your personal statement maybe over the summer, it was quite a while ago, and you might have put in a book or a paper you've read or something you're particularly interested about, and you need to make sure that you know as much as you can about what you've put in, so they don't question you on it and you go, oh, whoops, I read that a while back and I actually can't remember what it was about at all. The other thing I would say is to practice getting used to talking about scientific topics. It's not something we do normally. We normally sit and listen to our teachers teaching us about these things. You'll write answers to questions in tests, but you're not used to discussing out loud these concepts. So whether you've got a friend, a family member, a teacher, the mirror, pick a question from online, a topic you want to talk about, and practice explaining your thought process out loud. They will be really good at helping you if they can hear your thought process. They might be like, oh, good idea, but let's think about this instead, and correct you onto the right path. If you don't get used to speaking out loud, then they have no opportunity to do that and no opportunity to kind of help you do your best in the interview. So just practice as much as possible talking out loud and talking these scientific topics out loud. Okay, the next type of interview are the multiple mini interviews, which, as I said, the most common type of interview that I experienced. Apart from my Oxbridge interview, the other 3 interviews that I had, so I had one at Nottingham, Exeter, and Cardiff, all of those consisted of multiple mini interviews. Unfortunately, at my time, they were all online because of COVID had just happened. hopefully for you guys, it'll be moving more back into the in-person interviews. But whether it's online or in person, the same kind of process happens. So these consist of multiple stations where you'll answer a question, and then there's often set follow-up questions. They're pre-prescribed, so everyone is always asked the same question, regardless of your answer. So you will answer the main question, be done, and they will say have 3 follow-up questions. And no matter what you talk about in those, everyone doing the interview will get asked the same questions. It's a little bit frustrating because it feels quite robotic from their side in the interview. It's not so back and forth as a panel interview or an Oxbridge interview, but it's really beneficial because it makes my laptop turned off. It makes the interview process really standardized and fair for everyone. So you know that you're getting the same questions that the person before you and 10 people after you are getting. Each station is marked completely independently of the others. So there'll be different interviewers at each station, whether that's a lecturer, a medical student, a member of admission staff. They'll be different at each station. And they'll each have a kind of mark scheme that they use alongside the questions they've been given. That's really, really good because it means that nobody has any idea of how you've done it in your questions before or how you're going to do in your questions afterwards. Each station is completely fresh. So if you have a bit of a fumble on one of the stations beforehand, you weren't quite sure about the question, it wasn't maybe something you were particularly confident in answering, then you can move into your next station knowing that this interviewer has no idea that happened and will mark you according to just how you do in this station with no understanding of how the others went. So it should be a real confidence boost if you come out of one that's a little bit not so good as you would have liked. You can have confidence that it doesn't matter at all, and everyone will have a bit of a worse answer on one of the stations, and it will even out across all of them. As I said, they follow a set mark scheme when marking your interview. So if you can find examples of those online, that's really useful, but practice answering the questions to understand what they're looking for. And also, again, in a similar way to you're not really used to talking about scientific topics out loud, it's kind of a bit awkward when you first start talking about yourself out loud and also being able to explain concepts, work experience you've done, ethical questions. It's not something we're particularly used to doing. And even if you've done public speaking before, you often probably have a script that you follow, or you've done slides that you have to prompt you. It's a very different way of answering questions. So again, best thing to do is to get a friend, family member, sit in the mirror, find a list of questions. I know Medic Hut have a really, really useful list on their Instagram, which has like 50 different questions on it, and practice being able to talk out loud, talk succinctly, and be able to also kind of expand on what you're saying to fill up the entire time. These stations are probably 8 to 10 minutes long. It varies. Different universities will do it differently. And because they can't ask you any additional questions, if you spend 30 seconds on the main question and then 30 seconds of each of the follow-up questions, you'll be sat in silence for the rest of the time because they're not allowed to kind of fill the time with extra questions, which makes it a little bit awkward. So also practice about expanding on your points, being able to bring in lots of different aspects of your experiences, your work experience, your experience on DOV, on the netball team, whatever you're doing, and add all those into your answer to fill that time. Just also to save yourself sitting in silence, because it is really awkward when they're like, thank you, and then just are silent. Okay, the next type of interview are the panel interviews, which are used less often, but are a more more of a conversational style interview. Unlike the prescribed questions that MMI have, the interviewers here, it's more of a conversation. You can say something and they can kind of build on that and ask you something that links to it, which is really nice. They get to know more about you as a person, and it feels more natural, I think. It's much more focused on your communication skills than the MMI and Oxbridge interviews, because it's all about building up that rapport and being able to have more of a conversation with an interview, which is really important. Obviously, as a doctor or a dentist in the future, you'll be doing that with patients all day, every day, and with your colleagues. So it's a really key skill to be able to show to these interviewers that you're confident with and that you enjoy doing. It's focused on skills desirable in a medical student. So if you've read documents like the GMC, Good Medical Practice, that covers all the skills and the qualities they like in doctors and that doctors should have. So often the questions are focused around those. When have you shown example of leadership? And again, really important to bring in aspects where you've shown that already in your life, or where you're trying to develop that skill further. We're not all perfect at everything, and actually sometimes I did this, realize it was something I need to work on, so I'm doing this to improve on it. It's just as important as saying I'm really good at teamwork. I've shown it here, 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 and here. They, in this case, will probably have read your personal statement beforehand. For multiple mini interviews, they definitely won't have read your personal statement. For the Oxbridge ones, they've probably had a glance. I was expecting a lot more questions on my personal statement than I did get in my interview. But in panel interviews, they will have a read of it. So they'll be aware of what you've put in there, what kind of things you probably want to talk about. So they might ask you questions on one or two aspects of that. So be prepared, again, know your personal statement so you can go into detail of those points. They'll probably bring up things like work experience a lot. And if they don't panic. You can bring it into your question answers yourself if it's something you really want to talk about. And then just quickly, because unfortunately a lot of the interviews are still online, it is being phased out because now restrictions have eased and we're not kind of in a pandemic anymore. But unfortunately, a lot of the interviews are still online. And I think practically for universities, they've got used to it and it's probably a bit easier for them now. They don't have to organise everyone getting to them for a certain date, booking out rooms. They can just sit and sort it out online. So probably going to stay for a bit longer than we probably all want. They can be a little bit more difficult as you're not in a room with a person where you can build that rapport more easily. So it's kind of a bit weird to get at the start and get used to. But again, in the same way as all the others, the best thing you can do is practice. So if it's going to be a Zoom interview, or if it's going to be a Microsoft Teams interview, try and get a practice interview in that format. So you're used to how all the software works, how to accidentally unmute yourself when you mute yourself, and all those things to make it run as smoothly as possible. Obviously, in person, it's really easy to kind of talk at someone and kind of understand their body language and kind of understand how they're feeling and what to give back from that. It's quite hard online because you only see someone's face, but you can still do lots of things to make yourself come across as a really good applicant. One of those, make sure you look into the camera. It's really hard to do because I know that I'm seeing people's faces completely different to where the camera is right now. And there might be things that they've got on the screen. Their background might be interesting, or I was like having a nose in people's houses and what their background's like. But try as much as possible, look into the camera as if you're looking at the person. Also make sure your background is appropriate. You want to be sat somewhere comfortable for you, but also somewhere that kind of looks appropriate. So a blank wall, bookcase, but not necessarily in the kitchen with your parents cooking dinner behind you. You can always blur the background if that's better, but just still think about those things, kind of where you're sat at. I think in some ways it's quite nice because it means you could be sat at your desk in your bedroom in somewhere that feels really comfortable for you. So it's not all bad, but it does sometimes just make it a little bit more difficult to build up the rapport with someone that is interviewing you. Okay, to go over some top tips now. The first impressions are the last impressions, and often the first kind of impression you give to an interviewer will stick with them for the entirety of the interview. If you turn up late, you're looking quite scruffy, you look like you've run back from somewhere because you forgot about your interview, and you're not looking in the camera or in that person's eye, then their immediate thought's going to be, oh, not sure whether this candidate is suited for a career in medicine or dentistry. So make sure that you're on time, preferably early, kind of 15 minutes early at least. Make sure if anything goes wrong or there's any unforeseen aspects, you know, a train runs slightly late, you miss the bus, you can't get your laptop to connect to the Wi-Fi for an online interview, means you still got a bit of buffering time so you can still be on time for the interviewer. Make sure you stay calm as much as possible. I know it's really hard to do, especially for a first interview, and often people haven't had interviews before. It's not something that we're used to doing, but as much as possible, stay calm. Do maybe some yoga beforehand to make sure you're calm. And then finally, again, hard to do, but act confident. Fake it till you make it. Even if your hands are shaking under the table, if you're online, you don't have to show your hands, that's good. They won't notice. Try and come across as confident as possible. It will probably become easier, again, the more practice you do. But if they see that you're confident and you're enjoying your interview, then they're probably going to be more confident in your skills and think that you're doing a better job than if you're really, really nervous. Always start with an introduction. Hello, my name is Annabelle. Nice to meet you. Hope you've had a good day. Something like that. You might assume that they know who you are because they've probably got a piece of paper sat next to them with maybe your personal statement on. But it's a really good skill to have and to get used to doing. They'll want to see that when you meet patients in the future, you're going to introduce yourself with a smile, with your name so they know who you are, and you're not just going to kind of forget about that and be like, I need to take your blood. So it's a really good skill to show that you have. And again, it gives a really good first impression. As I mentioned before, try and make sure you dress professionally. You look into the camera or at the examiner unless you're told not to. Sometimes there might be a second person in there for Breaking Bad news stations that acts as the actor. So obviously in that case, make sure that you're directing your communication to them. And finally, if you're online, make sure you position the camera at a comfortable height, a good distance away. You don't want to be looking down at it, looking up at it. You want to be comfortable and be ensuring you're able to look at the camera. Just have a think about what things make you a good candidate. The interview is for them to look at you and make sure you have the qualities that they want in students and most importantly as doctors and dentists of the future. So what makes you a good candidate? Professional values and behavior. So making sure you have things like patient safety, confidentiality at the front of your mind. Often that will be through a scenario question that they'll ask you, and just making sure you're aware of those things and kind of conscious of being able to maintain confidentiality in that case. They're also looking for your professional skills, so your communication skills, which they can see right from the beginning when you introduce yourself and how you conduct yourself through your interview. And then the final thing they'll be looking at is also your knowledge. So in terms of MMI and panel interviews, your knowledge of the NHS, the role of a doctor, the qualities they should have, and ethics, and then more for an Oxbridge interview, some knowledge about science and the things in your personal statement. You all have all these skills, whether you're confident in using them or not. You definitely have these skills. It's just about practicing and making sure you're building your confidence in using them so that they come across in an interview. Okay, answering questions. We're running a little bit late, so I'll run through this quickly, and then I've got an example at the very end of a question for you guys to answer. So, as I've mentioned, often for some types of interviews, personal statements are really important. I would argue for MLIs, your personal statement doesn't really matter. And instead, your biggest tool for those interviews is your experiences and your work experience that you've had over the last however many years, and being able to bring that in. Any questions that they will give you, the way that you want to answer it is through this PED structure. Has anyone heard of this before? Okay, so PED stands for point, evidence, evaluation, and then the last one, doctor or dentist. It's a bit like writing your Peel paragraphs in school. I'm sure your English teachers banged on to you over and over again about using Peel paragraphs, or there's lots of different acronyms. There's a really, really, really good mechanism of being able to answer questions and getting all the crucial things that you want to get into an answer without forgetting different points that you want to make. So the first P stands for point. So you make your point. Whatever the question is asking, you say your point. So in this case, I developed my leadership skills through it, is your point. Then comes your evidence. So as with anything in science, you want to back up your point with evidence. So in this case, I developed my leadership skills during my time. I think in your last section, it was DOV leading your team on DOV, something like that. Then comes the kind of bulk sections of your answer, the evaluation. You need to evaluate why this was a good experience, what you've learned from it, any skills you've developed or skills you realized that you were good at, and things that you think you could have done better at. So anything that you have gained from that experience. Often if you say, I feel I could have done better at X, Y, and Z, it's then quite useful to say, so I've now started X, Y, and Z to improve this, to show that you haven't just identified that I'm not as good at it as other things, you're doing something about that because you've realized that it's important. And then your final point will be the doctor or dentist point. I saw this in doctors or dentists when I was doing my work experience on a cardiology ward, and why that's really important for doctors and dentists, or you in the future working in those environments. I would practice lots of questions using this. Give it to your family member, your friend that you're practicing with, and make sure your answer, they can tick off each of those things to make sure you've done it. And hopefully then it will start becoming second nature. So when you have that elevated stress in your interview, you have a kind of mechanism that you work through without even thinking about it, becomes second nature, to make sure you get all those important points in. I would highlight 15 questions from your personal statement or from the list of interview questions that Medicut has. I made a little document and I had questions like a Word document, and then I bullet pointed why these were important, whether I'd seen it on my work experience, areas where I've shown it, kind of brain dumped ideas for those questions. So you can have a read through that. And you don't want your answers to feel too rehearsed, but it gives you an idea of what you're going to bring into each question if you get answered it. Have a read of the Good Medical Practice, and pick up those key qualities that they talk about over and over again. You can often, there'll be questions on those. Why is this important for a doctor? When have you shown this? And again, you can put those on a document and again, do a bit of a brainstorm, brain dump. And then the same outcomes for graduates, or there are similar dentist ones. I think it's like CPD for dental professionals. Have a look and again, work through and pick up key things that you think your interviewer would pick up from that, and then have a practice of answering a question based around that. Practice, as I keep mentioning, makes perfect. Interviews are awkward and they're not something that come naturally at the beginning, but you can become really good at them as long as you keep practicing. As I mentioned, I attended the Medicut masterclasses. They were really, really useful. Gave you an understanding of what to do, what you need to do in interviews, and how to answer questions. Make sure you practice with teachers, friends, or your Medicut tutors. Have a practice in the mirror if no one's around at the time. Talking to someone, even if it's yourself in the mirror, is really, really helpful. And you can also record yourself and listen to yourself back. We're all, myself included, really bad at using filler words and going but, in all our answers. Slow yourself down as much as possible. You can take breaks and pauses and try and limit those words. And you can hear that when you're listening to yourself back. And also just evaluate whether your answer sounds succinct, whether it sounds confident, whether there's anything else you would add to your answer. The other type of question that comes up all the time is the breaking bad news questions. I'd say in an MMI circuit, if you have 10 stations, probably 1 or 2 of those will be a breaking bad news station. Either the interviewer themselves or there will be someone separate that kind of comes in as the actor, will act as whoever it is in the scenario that you're breaking bad news to. It can be a clinical scenario where you've got the results of someone's scan and you have to break the news to them, or it can just be an everyday scenario, like you've been house sitting your neighbour's house and you accidentally knocked over a really sentimental vase, and you know they've got back and you need to break that news to them. So it's not always clinical, but the same principles stand for answering both questions. Spikes is the kind of mechanism that we would recommend to answer these questions. And this stands for setting, perception, invitation, knowledge, emotions and empathy, and then strategy and summary. It's really important when you're breaking bad news. If you imagine you're in a really busy emergency department, you're not going to go up to the patient in the waiting room with everyone around them and be like, and break the bad news right there. It's really important to find somewhere that they feel comfortable and it's quiet and is able to maintain confidentiality. So a quiet room or a quiet space that you can take them to. So saying something like, I've arranged for a quiet, private space for us to talk without any distractions. Would you like to follow me? Something like that to ensure that you've got a good setting for giving this news. Perception, in this case, you can use ICE if you guys have heard of that. So that stands for ideas, concerns, and expectations, to understand what the patient already knows, what they understand, what they want to know, and any questions, burning questions they have. Then invitation. So making sure you've got consent to have this discussion. Would it be all right for us to talk about your test results now? If someone isn't ready for it, then you're not going to force it on them. So make sure you've got that consent to break that news. Knowledge, fire some kind of warning shot. You want them to know that it's coming and you're not going to drop this news on them without any warning at all. So something about saying that I'm afraid it's not bad and not good news. Something like that means they're expecting it, and that hopefully, although they're probably still not going to take the news well, that at least they know it's coming. Make sure you pause after that to kind of allow them to take it in, and then you can deliver the bad news. E, emotions and empathy. Obviously, it's an emotional time for the patient or the neighbor, whoever you're talking to, hearing this bad news. And it's good to make sure that you understand that. Something like, it's completely understandable to feel shocked by this news, but then kind of reassure them that we're going to be here for you. Do you have any questions? Kind of idea. And then finally, summarize what information you've given the patient and what you're doing from there on in, the kind of forward steps. It's known that people listen just mainly at the beginning and the end of consultations, and everything you say in the middle kind of is a bit of a blur. So it's really important to summarize what you've said at the end, so they actually know what's happened, and they have an idea when they leave the room about what you've said and what are the steps forward from there. So again, practice these, or again, it's not something we probably have all done, unless you have, unfortunately, house sat someone and accidentally knocked over their vase. You probably haven't broken a lot of bad news to people, and it's definitely a skill to be gained. So again, practice using the ice, using the spikes mechanisms to answer those. Maybe research about a condition and then pretend you're breaking the bad news to a person that they've got that, and learn the kind of language, those key phrases to use, making sure that the person feels comfortable. The final type of question that you're probably going to get are the scenario-based questions. Often a question, I think I've got an example. You're a medical student and you notice a bag of Class A drugs fall from your doctor's or dentist's jacket. What would you do and why? It's an opportunity for the examiners to see that you can appreciate different sides of the argument and articulate that succinctly. Can you reflect on things that you've done, things that you've seen, and how that links in, and reflect on how these people are probably feeling in this situation, how the different people involved in the situation are feeling? Can you engage in that debate? Again, appreciate both sides, but also, and be able to explore those perspectives of probably other people. You're not necessarily going to share that perspective, but then come to a conclusion yourself and sum up with maybe what you would do, having mentioned kind of both sides of the argument. The way to approach these ones, the final thing we're going to go through, is the diamond approach. So kind of when you see a diamond, the negative and the positive bits, this is the widest bit of the diamond. So this is where most of your answer is going to lie, the bulk of your information. Want a short intro, a short conclusion, but the most of it is going to be the negative and the positive, or the one side versus the other side of the argument. Short introduction, introduce what you're talking about, summarize, maybe a little bit of knowledge that you have about the topic. Then, as equally as possible, talk about the negatives and the positives, one side of the argument or the other. Your conclusion is where you can draw your own opinions. You don't want to focus really heavily on one side because that's what you believe, and then not so much on the other. You want to try and make them as equal as possible. And then summarize what you said and come to a conclusion in your conclusion, and give a bit of an explanation as why you've come to that conclusion. Just finally, before we leave, does anyone want to have a go at answering a question using this mechanism? You have a bit of time to prepare. I'll give you a couple of minutes. But have a practice. Should the healthcare be privatized in the UK? And put a message in the chat, pop your hand up. It's a really good chance to get a bit of feedback and have a first go at answering a question. Anyone? Okay, don't worry. Oh, Becky, brilliant. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions before we get going? And I'll give you a couple of minutes to have a think about what you would say. and just let me know when you're ready. For everyone else, you can also, while we're waiting, you can have a think about your arguments, what different sides of this argument would be and what conclusion you would come up with. And also have, when Becky is able to answer the question, you can have a think about a couple of things that went really well and maybe one thing that she could improve of and work on from here. Guys are coming up with some really good examples of what you could use. Well done. Jasmine, you've got your hands up. Is that for a question or also have a go? Okay, Becky, you've had 2 minutes. If you're happy, do you want to have a go at having a quick answer for this question? It doesn't have to take long, a couple of 1-2 minutes of an introduction, your pros, your cons, and then your conclusion. And then Jasmine,
Okay.
maybe have a think of 2 things she's done really well and a thing that maybe she could improve on for the future.
Okay. As it stands right now, the NHS, healthcare in general, is a merit good or merit service. So it's provided by both the public and private sector, but the NHS is the public service that provides healthcare to everyone, which means private healthcare is an option for those who can afford it. But if you can't, or if you don't want to pay the price of it, public healthcare is always an option. Now, privatizing the entire system of healthcare in the UK, it could bring benefits. For example, doctors would be less overworked because there wouldn't be as many patients coming in, because people will be less likely to go in if they have to pay a fee for the service. And that also means doctors will likely give better performances because they're less. So healthcare, the general healthcare provided by the service could improve. However, counterpoint, privatizing healthcare, it could cause inequalities to be worsened. This could disproportionately affect poorer communities, and the NHS or healthcare is something that you have a legal right to. It's not something that can be taken away from you. And the idea that just because you are in a different socioeconomic situation that you shouldn't be able to have it, because that's effectively what will happen if you privatize it. Healthcare is incredibly expensive. We can see that in the American system of healthcare. People are paying thousands because they don't have the right insurance. So effectively what would happen is you would get people who can't afford it and then they just don't go. And so the public standard of health would get worse. So overall, I think obviously there are ways we can improve the current system because doctors are overworked. Nurses and other staff within the multidisciplinary team are underpaid. And obviously the workload for doctors right now is very high because of the amount of admissions and the overcrowding. But I don't think the response to that is privatizing healthcare.
Brilliant.
So no, I would not privatize healthcare. Thank you.
Sorry, I interrupted you at the end there. Thank you so much. And thank you for answering that in front of everyone. That's very daunting. You did a really, really good job. Jasmine, do you want to kind of evaluate that a little bit, give 2 points if she did really well, did that fantastically, and maybe one thing she could work on. Cool.
Sorry, thank you.
So,
I think she did really well. She used the diamond structure there really well. Like she did the really clear introduction, really clear conclusion, and showed both sides of the argument. I think she did really well. I think the only thing that I would have done is maybe when she was talking about the inequality and the injustice, she maybe could have linked it to one of the pillar, the medical ethics pillar of justice, just kind of really hit that point home. But I think it was really good.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much. That ethics, kind of good thing to keep in mind when you're answering these questions. If you can show off, the pillars of ethics and how it links to different points you're making, that's always really good as well. Thank you both so much. Brilliant responses from both of you. That's me done. If anyone has any quick questions, but I know we were running behind when we began. Anyway, I'm happy to answer some. If you sent them before, they're probably lost in the chat. What work experience did you do? I did this same masterclass or webinar back a couple of years ago. I also did some cardiology work experience, a bit of orthopedics work experience. The thing I would say, obviously, since COVID, it's made everyone really hyper aware, and rightly so, of letting students into hospitals and stuff. You can find consultants and their secretaries and send off loads of emails explaining why you'd really like some work experience. Would it be possible? You'll probably get a load of people that just don't reply and some no's. But if you email 10 people, hopefully one of those will say yes. Med schools are also aware of the fact that it's really hard. So anything that you do can count as work experience. So my job I use as an example of kind of being able to work with people and working under stress and pressure. Things like working at McDonald's, where you're under pressure all day, every day, and it's quite a high stress environment, often probably dealing with people that aren't in the best of moods or perfectly happy with their service, also give you really crucial skills. So it's just about evaluating what you've done and being able to link it to all aspects of your application. Volunteering can also be considered. Any interview questions in particular? Yes, homeschooled students can definitely still apply. That doesn't stop you at all. No, I didn't take 4 A-levels either. I think that's a bit of a myth about Oxbridge that you have to do 4 A-levels. 3 of them count anyway. They only take in 3 of your actual results. So if you're going to do 3 really well or 4 less well, definitely do 3. Although that 4th is probably, helpful. I did an EPQ instead, but you absolutely don't need it. If you use a similar example on 2 MMI interview stations, is that a problem? I would say no, because the people don't know what you've talked about before. They probably are making notes, though, which they might use in kind of discussion, but they tend to, not be aware of anyone else and give you a score, and then just the scores are collated. So if it links, then probably not, but I would try and, be able to bring in a really wide range of examples and try not to overuse one of them, but it's not a problem. I think that's probably time.
Thank you so much, Annabelle. That was an amazing presentation, really, really well presented, and that was lots of information, and I'm sure everyone learnt lots from that. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to have to go on to the next speaker because there is, of course, lunchtime that's going to be coming. So we have with us Asal, and Asal was currently still is one of our premium package students. So we brought her on just to sort of share her experience with how it's been like during her time. After this, there is going to be a lunch break. And I know because we're running a little bit late, we will extend the lunch break for another 15 minutes. So you can all come back around 12:30 after sort of Asal's Q&A that she's going to have with you guys. And at 12:30, we will start medical ethics and we will do some radiology work experience. And you've got me for both of those. So do stick around until the end, and then I will tell you also how to get your certificates. For those of you who don't know already, there is a giveaway happening at the moment. You just need to sort of share, like, and follow our Instagram or TikTok pages or any sort of social media, and you will be automatically entered in the giveaway. And the winners will be announced today at the end. There will be 3 winners, and they will all be announced today. So if you haven't already joined the giveaway, please do join and have your chance of winning some prizes, including our UCAT best-selling ebook on Amazon, and that would be really good for your UCAT preparation. Okay, I'm not going to take more of your time. Asal, thank you so much for coming in, and hand it over to you now.
Hi guys, my name is Asal and I'm one of Medicut's premium package students. I'm currently in year 13, which means I'm still going through the medical application process. And today I'm going to tell you about my journey into medical application, how Medicut has supported me in this process. So I first got to know Medicut through the same medical conference that you're doing now. So it was last year this time where I saw the ad on Instagram and I was like, wow, great. This is a great opportunity to start taking my medical application seriously now. So I joined the medical conference and I really enjoyed it. And it was then when I realized, okay, if I actually want to secure myself a place in medical school, I better start now. So I started familiarizing myself with the UCAT test. And I did this by downloading Medicut's free UCAT planner, which is on their website. And I started planning how I wanted to approach the UCAT. I also got Medicut's Master of the UCAT textbook, which I have right here. So this is where I started my UCAT preparation from. So it kind of walks you through all of the subsets that there are in the UCAT test. And it gives you explanations on how to approach each subsection. And it also gives you questions and explanations on why this is the answer to those questions. So if I show you here, for example, this is an example of the abstract reasoning section. As you see, you can see the question here, and then it comes with detailed explanation on how to answer those questions. So I really enjoyed using this textbook, and I was like, okay, so these explanations are really thorough. So I would like to have the same amount of support throughout my medical application. So I approached Medicut and I messaged them and I told them about my circumstances and how I learn best. And they recommended the premium package to me. So after I purchased the premium package, I had access to all of the master classes, their video series, Master of the UCAT textbook, the personal statement planner, the interview book, and 40 hours of tuition and 5 university-specific interview mocks. So after that, I started my UCAT prep through going through the video series. And then I started realizing that at some point I couldn't improve my UCAT score anymore on my own. So that was where I started my one-to-one UCAT tuitions. And it was great because I would go through the questions that I was struggling the most with my tutors, and they would tell me about strategies on how to improve on that specific question type, and also how to save time overall on the UCAT test. For example, knowing when I can't answer a question and it is time to move on. So in the UCAT, all of the questions are going to have the same number of scores. And it is really important that you learn and understand when it is time to move on. And it didn't take Medicut long at all to pair me up with a UCAT tutor. It literally takes them less than 5 minutes to pair you up with any tutor that you want. And after that, so I also joined the UCAT masterclass, and it was great. It was a 2-day course. We went through all of the subsections and how to answer every single type of question in those sections. And again, going through strategies on how to save time and answer questions through shortcuts and not having to work through, for example, in quantitative reasoning, doing shortcuts and not having to do all of the calculations. So this was the UCAT part of the application. I ended up doing my UCAT, but I only wanted to apply to one UCAT medical school anyways. So my main aim was to apply to Imperial and UCL, which were both at the time BMAT universities. So right after I sat the UCAT, I started preparing for the BMAT. So it was the same process for the BMAT. However, I used MedicHut's video series for the BMAT to start preparing and familiarizing myself with the content. So the thing with the video series was that they were bite-sized videos walking you through every single section of the BMAT exam. And I'm aware that they have the same series for UCAT as well. So if this is how you learn best, I would definitely recommend MedicHut's video series as well, because it is great. It is like, they are really short videos, they're quite manageable, and it's not overwhelming at all. So I joined the BMAT masterclass as well. And I also had my BMAT tuition, like one-to-one tuitions going on at the same time. And at the same time, it was over summer, I had to start writing my personal statement as well, because my school had an internal deadline that they wanted our personal statements and applications ready by that date. So for my personal statement, I used MedicHut's personal statement planner, which was a great way of actually organizing my thoughts, because I know that work experience is something that all of the medical school applicants, I mean, most of them struggle with. But for me, it was that I had a lot of things to talk about in my personal statement, because I had done a lot of work experience. And as Annabelle said, I emailed loads of GPs, hospitals, doctors, and asked them to give me work experience. But at the time, because of COVID, they said that this was not really a possibility. However, MedicHut runs free work experience programs as well. So at the end of this session, you have a work experience program, which I used in my personal statement when I was writing it. And there was also a free work experience program where there were 4 sessions. I remember one of them was about psychiatry. Then there was one about taking patients' history and everything. And I think that those videos are still available on their website. So if you think you haven't gained enough work experience yet, I definitely think that is something worth having a look at. So as I said, back to my personal statement, because I had done a lot of work experience, I didn't really know what to actually talk about in my personal statement without going over the word count. So I used the planner, and it was a great way of actually writing down all of those experiences and reflecting on them. For example, it had sections going through, okay, what skill in medicine did that experience actually demonstrate? So by using this planner, I was able to see, okay, if I want to talk about, let's say, empathy, this experience is a better way of demonstrating that, because I can elaborate on it more and more. So this was my first step of starting to write my personal statement. Then I joined the personal statement masterclass, which was where I actually started writing my personal statement. So doing drafts of like my actual personal statement, because during the masterclass, we had the opportunity to write our introduction to our personal statement, our conclusions, and also 1 paragraph on whatever skill that we wanted to focus on. And we sent them to the person who was running the session, and she gave us very detailed feedback on how to improve on this personal, how we can improve our paragraphs, and how we can say the same things, but in like a more concise way, so that we don't go over the word limit. So after I knew roughly what I want to talk about in my personal statement, I started having one-to-one sessions for personal statement as well. So with my tutor, we went over everything that I wanted to talk about in my personal statement. She helped me kind of organize my paragraphs to make sure that my most powerful points were coming at the beginning of the personal statement, which would make it more impressive to the person who was reading the personal statement. And at some point, just like it's going to happen to every one of you, I went over the character limit for the UCAS, and my tutor helped me reduce my my character count in a way that I wasn't getting rid of the most important things that I definitely wanted to mention in my personal statement. And for me, at the beginning, personal statement was the most daunting stage of my medical school application. But I'm telling you now, that's definitely going to be the least of your problems. But now I don't even remember how I finished my personal statement, because my tutors were all so supportive in the process and helped me with all of my concerns, that it was just magically done. I submitted my application. So I applied to Imperial and UCL, so two BMAT universities, because obviously I had to take the BMAT after sending my application, so I wouldn't know my score. So I didn't want to risk it. And I applied to another UCAT medical school, which was Leeds, and I applied for biomedicine to King's and pharmacology to St. George's. So the way I knew that this was going to be the best combination of universities for me was through strategic application sessions that I had with Medicart. So I sent in all of my grades, my preferences, my circumstances to my strategic application tutor. And we had a session going through every single medical school in the UK and thinking, okay, is this the medical school for me? Is this going to suit my UCAT score? What are my preferences? For example, I really wanted to stay in London. So which London unis are going to suit my application best? So yeah, this was how I figured out this is the best way of applying to universities, because sometimes I know that we all have preferences of where we want to go. We all have that dream medical school, but Medicart actually helped me realize if this is going to be approachable for me or if it's going to be achievable. So I ended up doing my BMAT as well. I got a really good score in the BMAT. So my section 1 and 2 combined was 12.2, and I got 3.5A in the essay, which I was really proud of, because it was above the BMAT threshold that I needed for both of my universities. So I ended up getting an interview from all three medical schools that I applied to. So I've already had my interview with Leeds. I have had both of my interviews with Imperial, and I have an interview coming up with UCL soon. And what I found the most useful of all of the support that was available at Medicarts was their interview tutoring. So it was there when I was actually able to realize how having Medicart support has made a genuine difference in my application. So when I went into my Leeds interview, I had already had a lot of interview preparation, including interview masterclass and the circuits, so the mock interviews with Medicart already. So when I went for my first Leeds interview, everyone was expecting to get asked those typical questions of why did you apply to medicine? Why didn't you apply to nursing? Or why did you choose our medical school? But because Leeds had switched to UCAT from BMAT last year, it was really surprising. Everyone was so surprised about how they had changed all of that interview process. So their MMI interviews was nothing like I had seen other MMIs to be. And when we all came out of the interview, everyone was like, when they asked me those questions, I had no idea how to answer them. But that wasn't really a problem for me, because during my one-to-one sessions with my tutors, we went through every single type of question that I could possibly be asked during my interviews, and how I could improve my communication skills during those interviews and not panicking if I can't answer a question. And they taught me how to have like a clear structure in mind that I'm going to follow to tackle every single type of question, no matter what I get asked during the interview. So I found myself not panicking at all and being really calm and just following that structure that I knew and being able to tackle all of those questions during the interview, which I think paid really well, because I got my first offer was from Leeds, and I managed to get an offer from Leeds for their medical school. And I've also got my biomedicine offer from King's, and I'm still waiting to hear back from Imperial, and I'm still waiting to have my interview with UCL. So this was my journey through medical school. And just to wrap it up, I totally understand that applying to medical school is a really stressful process. But for me, at least, having Medicart supporting me and knowing that there are some people that have already been through the process and they know everything about medical schools, and they're not going to let you make a mistake that is going to cost you your whole application and your place at medical school, is definitely a really great feeling. And it is something that you want to have during that stressful process. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. And I see that there are some questions coming up in the chat. I'm going to answer them in a second. And if not, have a nice break and we'll see you back at 12:30. So let me just have a look at the questions. I'm not sure if these questions were for me or for Annabelle. So what A levels did you take? So I'm doing biology, chemistry, and maths, which is your typical A levels. But I'm also going to take a language exam as well, which is just a private study. I'm not officially taking it at school right now. I'm taking Persian. It is my first language. So I just thought it would be nice to have that backup, like have that extra A level as a backup. What academic or supercurriculars did you have? So for academic and supercurriculars, so I volunteered at a prep school. I also did some volunteering at a care home, which were both things that I talked about in my personal statement. MOOCs, I definitely recommend doing MOOCs. So I did 2 MOOCs. One was on diabetes and one was on how to gain clinical empathy. And I talked about one of them in my personal statement. But when you actually want to submit your UCAS, they ask you to like put in if you have done any extra course, and it needs to be official, and MOOC is one of those courses that they do accept, and it's really going to help strengthen your application. How did you keep yourself calm for interviews, and did you do anything you regret? So how did I keep myself calm? It was more about knowing that no matter what question they asked, I could follow that structure and I would probably get away with it. And also knowing, I think it is really important to know that those interviewers are not there to trip you up or catch you off guard. They actually want you, because everyone who gets to interview stage, they all have the potential to become doctors. They've all got the grades, they've all got the good UCAT scores or the BMAT scores, and the university sees the potential in those applicants. So it is really important to focus on your strengths. For example, for me, I think I had good communication skills and I could maintain eye contact with the interviewer and keep them engaged in what I was saying. So that was my way of keeping myself calm. And did I do anything that I regret? I think for one of the stations, I didn't actually read the instructions carefully. So when I went in, I realized that I had understood the question completely wrong. And the interviewer had to take the time from my answer time to explain to me what they actually meant by that question. So that was not a great moment. I thought, okay, it's over. I'm not going to get an offer from Leeds. But again, when I finished with that station, I was like, okay, this is an MMI. Then the next interview is not going to know how badly I did in that station. So I'm just going to forget about that and move on. So where do we find this planner? The planner is going to be on MedicHut's website. So if you go under free resources, you can see the UCAT planner and you can download it from there. How do we get more information about these packages and masterclasses? So as you see, they are given on the slide, and you can always contact Medicart after this webinar and ask them to provide you with more information about their packages. For example, you can contact them through email or their Instagram page, or even their number if it's available on the Instagram page. So were they online or in person? So my Leeds interview was in person. My UCL interview is also going to be in person. But Imperial has a really weird way of interviewing people because they do one stage asynchronously, which means you have to watch a pre-recorded video of the interviewer actually asking you the question, and then you record yourself answering the question and send the recording to them. And the second one was just on Teams. It was live, but it was still online. What is the best time to start the course, please? I think you should start thinking about your application from now. Like, this is the best time to start thinking about how you're going to prepare for the UCAT, what date is best to book your UCAT, which is also something that Medicate helped me with. And considering BMAT is not going to be an option this year, I understand that it's going to be much more competitive with the UCAT because many more people are going to take it. So yeah, I would say now, if you actually are serious about your application, now is the best time to start thinking about it. When do you recommend buying the package? So as I said, I bought the package a few weeks after the medical conference that we had last year, because they also provide you with a 1 month account on Medify. So if you purchase the premium package from Medicart, they also give you free access to Medify, which is a UCAT preparation platform, for 1 month. So I thought, okay, if I can start using the UCAT masterclass, the video series, the textbook and everything, to make sure that I know all of the content, and then 1 month before my exam, I can use the Medify account to start practicing some questions. When did you start interview and UCAT prep? So my UCAT preparation, as I said, I started familiarizing myself with the content like about this time last year. And I started intense preparation right after my end of the year exams in year 12. So UCAT should be something that you think about now, but I think your main focus should be on your end of the year exams, because obviously those are going to be the predicted grades that you will apply with, and it is really important that you do your best in those exams because your predictions are going to be really important. And for my interview prep, I started my interview prep right after I submitted my UCAS application. So I didn't actually wait to get interview offers from universities, because with Leeds, for example, they only gave me a 2-week notice before my interview. And obviously I couldn't have prepared for all of that, like for the interview in 2 weeks. So I just started doing one-to-one lessons and going through Medicut's interview book right after I submitted my application. What did you get in your GCSEs? So I got 10 9s in my GCSEs and 1 7. Did you do an EPQ? No, I didn't do an EPQ. Is Leeds admission purely based on their UCAT score? No, I really don't think it is, because when I was talking to people that were there on the interview day, some of them said that they knew of people that had been rejected with like really good UCAT scores, for example, with the UCAT score of 3,000 or something. I know that Leeds put a lot of emphasis on GCSEs though, but don't worry, if UCAT doesn't go well, that doesn't mean, I mean, it is obviously a really important stage in your application. And before there was the option to take the BMAT, but this year I understand that that option isn't available anymore. So, but if UCAT goes wrong, there are still other universities that don't focus solely on the UCAT and they still care about other aspects of your application. Which website did you use for MOOCs? I used Coursera, but if you look up MOOCs, it's just, you're going to have loads of, and I think if you have a specific university in mind, it is always worth checking if they do an online course themselves. Because, for example, as I said, the MOOC that I did in clinical empathy was from St. George's itself. So, how was the Leeds interview? different to what everybody expected. So when you do an interview, you actually sign a non-disclosure agreement that you're not gonna tell anybody the specific questions. But if I want to be more specific, so as I said, everyone was expecting to be asked the questions that are like, yeah, why did you apply for medicine? Why did you apply to Leeds and everything? But because they know that everybody's going to be prepared for those questions, they know that it's not really worth asking anymore because everyone's going to have like some rehearsed answer that is going to give them. But with Leeds it was mostly scenario based. So in all of the stations, they gave me a scenario and they asked me how I would approach that specific event that was happening. So when would be the best time to purchase one of Medicut's packages? As I said, you should just start as early as possible because your application starts as early as starting to prepare for the UCAT. And it is something that is available in the premium package. So if you want to utilize all of the support that they offer you, I think like just right after this webinar or in 2-3 weeks' time is the best time to purchase one of their packages. What are your predicted grades that you submitted to unis? I got 3 A stars in my predictions, so that's why I submitted. Which masterclass did you choose? So all of the masterclasses were included in my premium package. So you're going to have masterclasses for UCAT, for personal statement, and for interviews. I had one for the BMAT as well, but that's not going to be an option anymore. So I definitely recommend all of them, especially the UCAT masterclass and the interview masterclass. They were 2 days and it's just like they walk you through every single section in so much detail. So yeah, that's it for me, and hope you have a nice break and we'll see you after break. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Asal, for that. We are going to be going on a lunch break. If you will come back around 12:30, and we can get started with our medical ethics and radiology work experience. If you've got any questions, I know a lot of you are trying to call in. If you've got any questions about the packages, about anything that we've discussed, about how we can support you, just send us a message and we definitely will get back to calling you back. It's just been quite a lot of calls coming in, so we just want to make sure that we're able to call everybody back. But yeah, enjoy your lunch. Make sure you eat something. Try to do a few star jumps as well. Get your brain going. And I'll see you back at 12:30 because there's lots of learning to do yet. Bye-bye. Right, everyone, welcome back. I hope you are refreshed and revitalized, and you've had something to eat and especially something to drink, and you've got that blood flowing around your body. You've maybe done a few star jumps or walked around the house. I am going to run through two different aspects now in the rest of this weekend conference that we have. They are the final sessions, and I'm sure you're going to get lots and lots of information and knowledge out of them. So if you don't have a paper and pen already or a pencil, please grab something or grab your iPad to take notes on. Please have something with you to take notes on. Of course, this is being recorded, and we are going to try our best to get the recordings available as soon as we can. Yeah, I'll do a Q&A at the end as well to answer any of your questions. Okay, so first of all, can you all hear me? Can everybody hear me? Is it nice and clear? Or are some of you having some sort of difficulties with the reception or hearing me? Fantastic. Okay, brilliant. So I do like to keep my sessions very interactive. We're going to be starting off with medical ethics, and I'm going to spend around half an hour or so talking a little bit about medical ethics, or a little bit longer. And then I will be moving on to a work experience for you all that you can reflect on, and hopefully you can speak about when it comes to your personal statements and interviews, like you had one of our previous students come on, and she actually said her journey started from this last year. The speaker before her journey started with her application 2 years ago. So you're seeing this is usually the start area of many students' successful applications. And medical ethics is something that you definitely should be aware of. It's an area within medicine and within dentistry, which sort of is the building blocks and the foundation of healthcare. And through medical ethics, we can all appreciate how we always try to ensure that patients are being heard, patients are being listened to, and we are acting on patient-centered care and not a practitioner-centered approach. Okay, so I'm just going to wait a few more minutes just to make sure everybody's come on. And then we will be making a start with what's going to be happening this afternoon. Okay, just while we're waiting, I want you to just write in the chat, what does medical ethics mean to you? Or what do you think ethics is? What is medical ethics? And also a follow-up question, why are medical ethics important? So what are medical ethics and why are they important? Good, so somebody said thinking about the morality of what we're doing in medicine, making moral decisions, moral principles. So the common factor there is the word moral. So what is a moral? Someone's stating the 4 pillars of medical ethics. Fantastic. Helping to guide decision-making. Excellent. Very, very good. Making key decisions through our morals. That's a really good way of putting it as well. And I really like what Jasmine just said. It's the obligation of healthcare workers to keep patients safe. Essentially, that's the name of the game, isn't it? We want to ensure that patients are safe at all times and patient safety is being adhered to, and nothing, and I mean nothing, is jeopardizing or harming or contributing towards patient safety. Okay. Fantastic. So some excellent responses there, and we will start. I have been your presenter today. Just to sort of reintroduce myself, my name is Dr. Bukhari, and I've been helping with medical and dental school applications for the last 7 or 8 years. And of course, with Medica, we have helped thousands of students, and we hope to help you this year with your application. Okay. So some of you have told me what medical ethics are, what you think about medical ethics. Now, why are medical ethics important, and why is it important for you to know this? For some parts of your application, especially like the UCAT exam, there will be components which you revise for, and then actually when you're a doctor or when you're studying to be a doctor or you're studying to be a dentist, they don't really play a vital role, okay? Like, for example, you're doing the UCAT, you're doing quantitative reasoning, trying to get lots of questions done in a short amount of time, calculating, analyzing graphs and all that jazz. And when it comes to actually being a doctor or studying medicine, you don't usually use that much quantitative reasoning skills. Yes, they do come in handy, but you don't use much of those skills. However, medical ethics is an area which will always stick around for you. So whether you're doing the SJT part of the UCAT examination, whether you're writing your personal statement and want to speak about some sort of ethical scenario or dilemma, and you want to reflect about that, Or number 3, whether you've actually been invited for an interview, God willing, and you're at your interview, and one of the questions or one of the stations asks you a situational judgment question, a medical ethical related question, where you're expected to understand how medical ethics are intertwined and incorporated within the scenario. And then once you hopefully get into medical school or you're in dental school and you're thinking, okay, that's it now. I don't really need to think about medical ethics anymore. Just like I don't need to think about the UCAT exam anymore, or my personal statement anymore, or the interviews anymore. You're very wrong, because medical ethics sticks around over and over again. It's actually it's your bread and butter of how you're dealing with patients and how you behave and how you interact. Not just with patients and not just during working or studying hours, but outside of your work and studying hours as well. It's your professionalism. It's how you carry yourself. And someone was saying it's your morals and the way you make decisions and guide your decisions through your morals and through your principles. Okay. So medical ethics don't go away. They stick around. And actually, when you're in your final year, just before you're about to graduate, so for some of you, 5 years of medical school, for some of you, 6 years of medical school, for some of you, 5 years of dental school, for some of you, 6 years of dental school, once you've done all that time and you've done all of that, all the hard work, when you're in your final year at the moment, there's an examination called the SJT, the Situational Judgment Test. And that will actually dictate and decide where you are given a place to work. So medical ethics don't go away. They stick around, and they are, a part of your daily life as a doctor, as a dentist, as a medical and dental student. And then when you're in your final year, there's another exam called the SJT, and that will decide where you're given your job in terms of your preferences. And then once you've qualified, you think, okay, that's it now. But then work kicks in, and in work, you're thinking about ethical dilemmas every single day. You're thinking about ethical scenarios every single day, because now it's a reality for you. You're living, walking, and talking ethical scenarios and ethical dilemmas. What would you do? How do you decide? How do you navigate through this storm? Someone's coming to you, ask you a question. How do you help them navigate through a storm? So this will stick around. And after your sort of foundation years, then you want to maybe apply for specialty training. You've got more exams that you have to do. And in those exams, guess what, guys? They're going to judge your ability to answer situational judgment tests based on your medical ethical understanding. Some students even do masters in medical ethics. So this is a very, very wide area, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's a very important area of medicine, and it's a very wide area of medicine, and it's your foundation of your sort of professional career. And it's based upon these ethical pillars. Okay. So with any sort of medical ethical question or with any sort of medical ethical dilemma, it's important to look at a few things. So, of course, you need to know and understand and be able to apply the 4 medical ethical pillars. If you don't know them already, or you don't understand them, or maybe you've just memorized them, but you're not able to put them into perspective, that's what I'm going to be helping with you today. I'm going to help you understand these 4 medical ethical pillars and also put them into perspective of what that is like in a real life scenario. Okay? For those of you interested in medicine, you should be familiar with the GMC. For those of you interested in dentistry, you should start to get yourself familiar with the GDC and what the GMC and GDC are about and what they represent. And if we have time, we will look at how to do a balanced argument. We did have one of the diamond approach arguments with Annabelle when she came on and she spoke about the NHS privatization. But if we have time, we will go on to something like that. Okay. So let's start off by talking about the 4 main principles of medical ethics. Who can tell me what those principles are? So the way I like to think about them, and you can write this down, is BAN J. So BAN J. That's the way I like to think of them. That's the way I like to remember them. Okay, so BAN J. What is BAN J? What is BAN J? So these are your sort of pillars which are holding up the building of medical ethics. Imagine in the room that you're sitting in right now, you've got a ceiling, you've got a roof over your head, and you have 4 walls, most likely, which are holding the ceiling up, which are holding the roof up. If one of those walls is weak or broken, that ceiling is going to get weaker and it's going to get broken. If 2 of those walls are weak or are broken, then guess what's going to happen to the roof? It's also going to follow suit and get weaker. Likewise, 3 or 4. If you knock the walls down of a building, the ceiling will collapse. So your medical ethical pillars are those building blocks which are holding up your ceiling. And you have 4 of them. In the room you're in, you've got 4 of them. You've got 4 walls around you holding up your ceiling. Your ceiling are your ethics, are your morals. What is guiding and dictating your morals and ethics is these 4 things in medical ethics. Number 1, we're going to start with B. B stands for beneficence. B stands for beneficence. Now, what does beneficence mean? What does beneficence mean, guys? Who can tell me? What does beneficence mean? Good. So a few people are saying, do good. A few people are saying do good, being good to your parents, good. A patient, sorry. I thought you said parents, sorry. I think I need glasses. Being good. And of course, yeah, you should be good to your parents, of course. And patients, definitely. Acting in the best interest of patients. Okay, I like these responses. So very good. So ultimately, let me just undo that. So ultimately what B stands for, yes, is beneficence. So you should be aware of what this stands for, what it means, and how is it in practice. So beneficence is always doing good. Always doing good. So when you're trying to find out if a patient has some sort of infection and you want to get a blood test to see the inflammatory markers, and from the inflammatory markers, you'll get a better indication if they are actually infected by something, and you want to stick a needle in their arm. Now, if you look at that from an external perspective, a needle being placed and injected and inserted in someone's vein isn't a pleasant experience, okay? A needle poking and pricking you is not a nice experience, is it? However, our intention is not to cause harm, it's to do good. That's actually beneficence, because what we're trying to do is we're inserting the needle inside this patient's body, we're withdrawing their blood, and not lots of blood to try to drain them, but the right amount of blood so we can check their blood, and then we can check if the inflammatory markers are raised and if they might have some sort of infection going on within their body. And then we can aid and help with the diagnosis and the management of this patient so that patient can get better soon. And the patient's feeling better once we start some sort of management plan. So this all comes under beneficence. So we never, as doctors, as practitioners, as any healthcare worker, you're not going into this job to do bad, are you? Really? If that's your intention, you're in the wrong field. You're in the wrong profession. You're going into this kind of career because you want to do good. And you have that altruism where you want to help people. You want to help lots and lots of people. So that's what B stands for. B stands for beneficence. And putting it into perspective, as doctors, we do good. We try our best to do good. And we can never, ever, ever try to harm or jeopardize our patients. Everything we do is for the betterment of the patient, to advise the patient, to do the best we can by a patient, and to make sure that their safety and their security is absolute paramount to our care and the way we treat them and the way we speak to them. So that's beneficence. Okay, let's go on the next letter now. So the next letter that you can see here in band J are 4 medical ethical pillars which are holding up this ceiling is autonomy. What does autonomy mean to you guys? What does autonomy mean to you? So yeah, we've got a few patients should have their choice over their care. That includes the right to refuse treatment, even if it isn't the best. Okay, good. Right to make their own decisions. Very good. Listening to what patients say. Excellent. Very, very good answers, guys. You guys are doing really well. Okay. So essentially, just to put in perspective what you guys have all said already, because I think we've had some good answers there. A stands for autonomy, okay? A stands for autonomy, autonomy, A-U-T-O-N-M-N-Y, autonomy, M-Y. Autonomy is the understanding, self, auto means self. Autonomy is the right for each patient to decide their own affairs, is the right for each patient to make their own decisions. What does that even mean? The right for each patient to make their own decisions. Let me just give you an example. 100 years ago, 50, 75 years ago, and I'm talking even in this very country, even in the UK, even in the West, if you were to see a doctor, the way the healthcare structure was, the way the ethics of medicine was very much, it was a practitioner-centered approach, a PCA, a practitioner-centered approach, i.e. a doctor-centered approach. You went to the doctor told you what you need to do, and you would do that thing. No ifs and no buts, you would do it. Because that's the kind of relationship and the kind of power, essentially, in terms of dynamics there was from healthcare professionals, from practitioners and patients. The doctor would tell you and you would do it. That was called a practitioner-centered approach. However, times have changed. And we have come to the realization, even though it's a bit late, but we have come to the realization, understanding that no, it should be a patient-centered approach. It's not all about what the doctor tells you to do. As doctors, we are advisors. We guide. We give you our opinion based on factual information or based on the results that we have in front of us. Okay? And based on our examination findings and based on our history-taking findings. That's what our responsibility is. We are advisors for you. We are guides for you. We are your helpers. We are here to serve you to our patients. We are not here to dictate what you should do. Okay? This is not some sort of, or authoritarian government or some sort of dictatorship. Absolutely not. We are not dictators. As doctors, our ability to help patients is what we want to do. We want to serve the patients. Okay? Essentially, it's like that. So this is where patient-centered care comes into place. The patient is always at the center of their care. They make the decisions. So any patients who comes through into my surgery, into my clinic, and they see me, it's not about me. It's all about them. It's all about my patient. And this is essentially what autonomy means. It's the patient's right to make the decision for themselves. So if I have a patient who comes to see me, and the patient is telling me that they're unwell, and they're going through some sort of struggle, they're going through some sort of problems, can I just straight away, because let's just say I'm their GP, I know their wife, I know their kids, I know their parents, I know their pet dogs and pet cats, I know everyone about them. Can I just call up this person's wife and tell the wife what her husband is going through? What do you guys think about that? Would I be able to do that? If a patient opens up to me about what's going on in his family life, can I call his wife and tell her how her husband is feeling? So all of you are saying no. And someone said no, unless the patient wants you to. Very good, Pfizer. Well done. No, it's confidential. Very good. So everybody's got the right answer here. Absolutely not. You wouldn't tell the wife unless you have the consent from the patient. Unless you have consent from the patient. So this all ties in with autonomy. The patient, so safeguarding issues is another concern at the moment. We don't need to go into that one. We will go into a little while. But unless the patient gives us consent to do so, we are not going to break confidentiality and tell the patient's information, even to someone who's as close to them as their wife. Okay? Even someone as close to them as their wife, we're not going to break that confidentiality. This all ties in with autonomy. Okay? Patient-centered care. Patients have the right to make their own decisions for themselves. Let me give you a scenario. Let me tell you, show me what you think. So everyone focus, right? We've got a scenario. So there's a young man. He's had a road traffic accident. He's only 28 years old. He was driving his motorbike and he collided with some oncoming vehicles and he had quite a nasty accident. He's brought into A&E. We've got everybody there waiting for him to come into A&E. He comes in. He is successfully resuscitated because his heart did stop. He's successfully resuscitated. We've tried everything, but however, now the only way to sort of save him essentially is to give him blood. On his chest, he's got a tattoo which says, "Do not give me blood." On his records, we've checked, and this man has said, "I do not want to receive blood if I'm in some sort of situation." He's 28 years old. His wife, his 2 kids are waiting outside in the waiting room. I want you to tell me what you would do and why. Would you give this patient blood and save their life so they can go home to his wife and kids who are outside? Or would you let the patient die? Or are you letting the patient die? Or what are you doing? Are you going to treat them? Are you going to save them? Or are you going to listen to his wife who's saying, "Doctor, please, 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 can you save him? Please, he's got 2 young kids." So I want you guys to have a think about that. What would you do in that situation and why? Okay, and I want some hands up. I want some hands up for this one. Okay, so we've got a few hands up. Let's go to, is it Ni'ma?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so Ni'ma, what would you do in this situation?
I think in this situation, obviously he's got the tattoo on his chest, and that's pretty indicative of like he doesn't want blood. It might be obviously it's a personal decision. It might be religious, who knows? But the fact that he's tattooed it on his chest means that it's quite clear. I think what I would do is try and provide alternative treatment. I know that blood transfusions are probably are the best, but if that's not what we can do, then we can try and provide alternatives. And then we'd have to communicate that with his wife as well and say, this is in his records, this is tattooed, like there's nothing that we can do. And then from there, we would just try and offer the best care we can. Yeah.
So would you give him blood?
I wouldn't give him blood, no.
Are you going to kill him? Or are you killing him? That's what I'm trying to say. Are you going to kill him?
I don't believe I'd be killing him, but I don't believe that I'm also giving the best care that I can.
Good, very good. No, very, very good thoughts and very, very good suggestions there. I really liked how you answered the question as well, by not just looking at it from one perspective. You spoke about the family, you spoke about his record, you spoke about the tattoo. Very, very good. Thank you. We'll have someone else. Thank you for that, Ni'ma. Really good. We've got, is it Rosin? Rosin?
Yeah.
Rosin, what would you do? Yeah, I can hear you.
So, I don't know if there is something like that, but if he like signed something that even if I was dying, do not give me blood, then I don't know. I mean, I think I would save him anyway.
So you'd save his life?
Yeah,
So you'd give him blood
because
and you'd
that's
save
so
his life.
silly if he wanted to die. Yeah.
Okay, so you'd
Unless, I mean, if there is something that he signed that do not save me even if I was dying, do not give me blood.
Yeah, so that's
Maybe
what
in
he's
that
signed.
case I would yeah, I would try my best to save his life anyway.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. Okay, fantastic. So essentially, I think what I'm understanding from your answers is many of you are saying that you would try your best to keep him alive, maybe in other ways, not essentially directly giving him blood, but because I think, as Ni'ma said it as well, because he signed a document, and I think him signing a document and making sure that it's valid, it's in date, it's accredited, if there is that kind of information which is in his records, even though he might have a tattoo on his chest, I think the tattoo is secondary or tertiary. It's not the primary thing. The primary thing here is what's on his records, because people can get tattoos of all sorts. Okay, he might have, just got a tattoo, maybe just for fun or something like that, or maybe it is something serious. We don't know for sure. But if it's something on his records, then that does, of course, become very, very serious. Okay, and if it's in date and if it's valid, with this kind of question, you always explore it from different avenues and different perspectives. That's what they're trying to see here. And that's how you should start thinking from now. Don't be very tunnel visioned. Don't just think narrow. Think wide. Broaden your horizons and think of things from different angles and different perspectives. But ultimately, when you come to your decision, because that's important as well, in this scenario, we would not give him blood. Because if everything was valid and in date, he didn't want to have blood. We will exhaust all of our efforts to keep the patient alive. However, we will definitely respect his wishes. He might be unconscious right now, but we will definitely respect his wishes, the way he has signed and documented that he never wants to be given blood. Because actually, if we give him blood and he comes back to life, are we doing beneficence or are we doing non-maleficence, which is coming ahead? Are we doing good or are we doing harm? Which one are we actually doing? So it's really important to understand that here. And this scenario essentially paints the picture for us for autonomy. The patient ultimately has the decision to decide what they want and their choices. It's not up to us. We advise, we help, we support. That's what doctors do. We don't tell them exactly what they need to do. We give them the advice of what we think they should be doing, but it's in their hands to decide. And that's what autonomy is. And this scenario really paints that picture of autonomy and brings it to life for you. I hope that made sense. Let's go on to N now. What do you think N means, guys? What does N mean? Excellent, good. So N stands for non-maleficence. And no, it's not that Disney movie. Non-maleficence. Non-maleficence is do no harm. That's what non-maleficence is. So do no harm. Again, you could use this as sort of a double-edged sword with beneficence. When you treat a patient, when you see a patient, you're always trying to do good and you're trying your best to do no harm. These two things go hand in hand. Do good, beneficence. And non-maleficence, you're not ever intending to do any harm. If you are intending to do any harm, then that is completely against the medical ethical pillars that you are representing and that you are signing up for. So that's non-maleficence, okay? And in this scenario, guys, when you're talking about scenario like the one I just gave you with the patient not wanting blood, if you were to give him blood, then that's actually against non-maleficence, isn't it? Because you're doing the patient harm. Now, you might say to yourself, no, but I'm saving the patient's life. But what actually is health? What actually is well-being? I don't even, for some people, they don't like to use the word health. They like to use the word well-being because well-being is more holistic. So for one person, let's say we've got Tom. For Tom, the definition of well-being might be completely different to what James's definition to well-being is, to what Abdullah's definition of well-being is. Everyone's definition can be slightly different. And as doctors, we treat every patient as an individual and we respect each and everyone's wishes and we help them to the best of our ability without any sort of discrimination or overlap. And that's what non-maleficence is, that's what autonomy is, and that's what beneficence is. Let's go on to the final one in Band J, our 4 medical ethical pillars. J stands for, fantastic guys, well done, justice. J stands for justice. Now, what does justice mean? What does justice mean? Very good. We treat each and every patient fairly, equally, without any prejudice, without any discrimination, with legally, with the resources that we have. Everybody is treated, equally. So if I'm working in A&E and I've got a princess that's sitting outside in the waiting room and I've got, somebody else that maybe doesn't have that kind of background, if the other patient has needs which are greater than the princess or the rich person's, I would treat the person who has more needs first. And that's fair. That's without any prejudice. That's without any discrimination. And that's the beauty of the NHS, if you look at it. And that's actually one of the founding pillars of what the NHS was founded upon. To be fair, to be equal for the needs of everyone, not just for the few, but for the many. And that's what justice is. We treat everybody fairly, equally, without any prejudice, without any discrimination, legally within the resources that we have. Okay, so these are your 4 medical ethical pillars. And this is something that is going to really be important for the rest of your application. And it starts from your SJT, which is part of your UCAT. You are expected to be able to apply these ethical pillars when you're answering questions. So they're not just going to ask you a simple question like, which one of the 4 medical ethical pillars is at play here? No, they'll give you scenarios and they'll expect you to know what's going on based on the pillars, based on the GMC or GDC guidance and the domains of good medical practice. That's what they'll expect from you. Okay. Now that we've discussed a little bit about medical ethics, someone spoke about confidentiality. So very, very, very quickly going over confidentiality. Why do patients open up to you? Why do patients tell you things that are going on in their life? Why? Why would someone come and tell you the most secret of secrets in their life and confide in you and seek your counsel and seek your support because you're their doctor? I know patients that actually come to see their doctors regularly just because they need someone to talk to. And they try to regularly make an appointment with their doctor. Good. So they trust you. That's a very key word, isn't it? Trust. And they believe that you don't share it. You're not going to share this information with anyone. So all of this trust and not sharing comes under the term beginning with a C, which is confidentiality. What is confidentiality, guys? Confidentiality is basically what happens between you and the patient stays between you and the patient unless you absolutely have to tell somebody about it. Okay? If you start breaking confidentiality, if you start revealing people's secrets or what's going on with people, to someone who the patient it doesn't expect you to tell or hasn't given you the consent to tell, that's breaking confidentiality. If you were to do that, your patient is not going to trust you anymore. Your patient probably will stop coming to see you. Your patient will probably tell their friends, don't go and see the doctors. They're telling everybody about your business. Don't go and see them. If that's the case, then diseases will spread. Public health will be a mess. So it's really, 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 really important for doctors, for dentists, for any healthcare professional, that everything that happens, there must be the expectation of confidentiality. What happens between you and your patient, what the patient tells you, that stays between you two, or any other healthcare professionals that you need to be seeking advice and guidance from. You can never, ever break confidentiality for the reasons I've just mentioned. There are some places where you can. Who can tell me when you can break confidentiality? Who can tell me when you can break confidentiality? Good. So there's a few there. Again, I'll talk about a few. So let's write number one. I'll just give you a few examples of when you can break confidentiality. So number one is when a patient is in danger to themselves. Okay? So when the patient is at danger to themselves. So I'll just write self here. So you can, and you actually must, breach confidentiality or break confidentiality if you feel the patient is in danger to their own self. If the patient is telling you that I have certain plans, I'm going to harm myself, and they're giving you a story of what's going to happen and what's going on with their life, don't think that, oh, I'm not going to tell a single person because I've signed up for confidentiality and this would go against confidentiality. No, this is actually the exception. You need to tell someone. Every practice, every hospital has a designated safeguarding lead. You should tell the designated people. You should tell or contact the psychiatric liaison people. There are people there, professionals there, that can help this patient and prevent any harm that could happen after this consultation or when the patient goes back home. So here you need to break confidentiality. Now, this doesn't mean you send a broadcast out on WhatsApp with this patient's name and let everybody know in your area to watch out for him. That's completely wrong. That's not called breaching confidentiality to the correct level. Now you're actually doing neglect. Now you're actually breaking confidentiality when you didn't need to. So you break confidentiality in a confident way by telling the relevant people only. That's number one. So if the patient is at danger to themselves. Number two, if the patient is in danger, and some of you said it, to others. If the patient is in danger, to others. Okay? So if the patient is in danger to others, you also would need to breach and break confidentiality to the relevant people. Okay? So if the patient is telling you that I'm about to do something to somebody else, I'm going to harm them, then you need to let the relevant people know. Again, safeguarding, get them involved. Let the relevant people know if you think this patient is danger to others. Number three, if the patient gives you consent. If the patient gives you consent, which basically just a fancy term for permission. So this is the ethical term for permission. If the patient is giving you consent to do so, you can break that confidentiality because they've given you the consent to do so to a relevant person or party. And finally, number four is legally if you're required to do so. So by law, if you're legally required to do so, again, you can break and you can breach confidentiality, but only within the limits of what the law is requesting, not everything. So you're seeing here how confidentiality is super, super important. The trust is super important in medicine and dentistry and healthcare in general. But there are exceptions to this rule. There are places where, of course, you must break the confidentiality. Okay. Right. What we're going to do now is we need to go on to the second part. So I've talked a little bit about medical ethics. And for your homework, what I want you to do from now, start doing from now, for those of you interested in medicine, I want you to be going onto the GMC website, General Medical Council website. There's a document there, Good Medical Practice. You can start looking at that document from now. Okay, I'll write it in the chat as well. So that's something that you can start looking at from now. So someone's saying, what's an example by law? by law, if you get a warrant or something and police come and they or from the court, a court order, then you have to give that information to them. So GMC is good medical practice. It's a document that's got the different domains that you should be exploring and what they expect from a doctor. The GDC have something similar. So for the students interested in applying to dentistry, you can go on the GDC's website, start familiarizing with yourself with who these bodies are. Who are the GMC? Who are the GDC? What do they expect from their graduates? What do they expect from doctors and dentists? This is stuff that you should be looking into from now. Okay. I'll take some questions now before we go on. So any questions about ethics? This was an introduction to medical ethics. Of course, there's so much more into it. I said at the start that this doesn't go away. People do, masters in medical ethics. There's lots and lots that goes into this. This was your introduction today, and you can use this as sort of your base to now build up from it. Okay. So I'll take some questions. What if a patient has mental health issues? What defines consent for them? So this is where you start looking at the Mental Health Act, Mental Health and the Mental Capacity Act, and seeing, okay, if they've got mental health issues, does that mean that they do not have capacity? Mental health issues is a very, very vague term. It's an umbrella term. There are so many health issues that are within mental health. Some patients have mental health issues but can function completely normally. Some patients have mental health issues and can't function at all. So it really depends on the patient. It's patient-based and it's time-based. Okay. Should we use Band-J for SJT and UCAT for each case, or is that too time-consuming? It's up to you. You can start looking at this scenario and start thinking like that. So if you start training your brain to think about autonomy, to think about confidentiality, definitely you should be doing that, because these are themes which they're testing you about. Can confidentiality be broken in the cases of transmitted disease like HIV? So with diseases like HIV, again, there's a lot more detail into that, which is sort of beyond the scope of this session. But what I would advise you is, if someone is at harm or at risk, for example, a patient's wife or a patient's partner or something like that, and you think that you would first give the choice to the patient and tell them that they should speak to their partner about this. That's where it starts, and then you can go into what you would do next in your own research. You can talk about medical ethics, of course, in your personal statement, but you don't just write down in your personal statement, I learnt about medical ethical pillars. That's very mundane. It's very boring, very dull to listen to. It's not going to be music to your examiner's ears. What you should be writing is something like, I had the good fortune of seeing and witnessing a cardiologist deal with an ethical scenario, talk about what happened and reflect on that scenario. That will make you stand out. Someone's talking about young girls coming in and they're under 16 and they're pregnant. So if that's the case, you need to look at something called Gillick competency. So again, we talk about all this in our masterclasses. I'll just write it down here, because there's quite a lot to go through in medical ethics. So Gillick competency and Fraser guidelines is what you should be exploring when it comes to someone who's under 16. So under 16, you look at the capacity in terms of Gillick competency document, in terms of whether you can treat them, especially when it comes to contraceptives. Then you would look at something like Fraser guidelines. Okay. Okay, we'll leave it there with the questions. I will take more questions at the end. I'm just going to move on to radiology. So I'll give you a quick 5-minute break. The time right now is 3:11. We'll restart at 3:17. So we can go through a little bit of radiology then. 3:17, guys, you've got 5 minutes. Come back in 5 minutes, have some water, and come back to your screens. 5 minutes, guys. Right, guys, welcome back. This now, the last part of our weekend conference is another work experience. I know yesterday you had the virtual conference, the virtual ward round, and that was an introduction to what work experience will be for you and what you can sort of start reflecting on from now. This is also a reflection opportunity for all of you to start writing down about what you learned in the virtual work experience, how you were able to see a step-by-step approach in diagnosing and treating and reading abdominal x-rays and abdominal films. Okay, so this is something that we also have recorded and it's on our website. So you can see that session there, but I will be going through this now as well for the last part of this weekend's conference. And I'm sure you're going to be learning lots from it. And we will be asking some of you to come on and go through the cases with us. Okay. So the objectives are to understand the importance of abdominal x-rays and imaging in clinical medicine. Of course, why x-rays are important, why abdominal films are important, to understand and interpret an abdominal x-ray using a step-by-step approach. So you'll see very, very quickly, and especially once you're a medical student and once you're a doctor, you'll see we use mnemonics, we use certain phrases or something that's going to help us aid our memory to go through scans or to report things or to memorize lots of information in a short amount of time. And then we're going to be trying to diagnose some patients and we'll do a reflection as well at the end. So this is if you're interested in a career in radiology, then it is obviously important that you are someone who likes anatomy, because a lot of radiology is about understanding what's going on beneath and under your skin in terms of using technology to look at that with images, with CT scans, with MRI scans, with ultrasounds. That's why it's really, really important. So in this image here, what you can see is that we've got the picture, we've got an image here of a patient. Obviously, it's a drawing, a depiction, and we can see what organs on what side. So who can tell me, first of all, where's the patient's right side and where's the patient's left side? So where's the patient's right and where's the patient's left? Good. Okay. So this is the patient's right and that's the patient's left. It's really important that you orientate yourself and you're aware of what you're looking at. So your liver is on the right side, your stomach is on the left side in normal anatomy, and then you've got your small intestine in the middle. So this area here, you can see your small intestine, which is right here. And then you have your large intestine, which is going around all the way here. That's your large intestine, okay? So when you eat something, you put it into your mouth. Where does it go to after your mouth, guys? Very, very quickly. What's your digestive system? The food goes into your mouth and then it goes into, well done, your esophagus, so your food pipe. It leads, this is the esophagus that we can see here. And then the esophagus will lead to your stomach. This is your stomach here. I'll just write S. After your stomach, it will go into your small intestine. So this is the beginning of your small intestine that you can see here near the gallbladder. This green thing is a gallbladder. So this is the start of your small intestine. And in the middle here, centrally, you have all of this, which is your small intestine, which is made of lots and lots of different parts, the duodenum, the ileum, the jejunum, the cecum. So this is all your small intestine here. And then if you go to just at the bottom right-hand side here, so the bottom right, which is over here located there, this is where the small intestine will now become the large intestine, and it will follow a route up, and it will go around like this, and it will go down, and it will come out, and obviously that's where you will defecate from. So that's essentially your digestive tract. So it's important to know what's going on under the skin when you're taking an abdominal film and an abdominal x-ray. Okay, so now that you've got an understanding of what's going on underneath, let's have a go at this. So of course, abdominal films are, there's a large variety of what normality is. An abdominal x-ray, usually we want a picture of the abdomen, so which is under your sort of diaphragm area, that's your abdomen where it starts. And we also want an image of your pelvic area. So you can see here, you can see the pelvis in almost all of these images. So an abdo-pelvic x-ray is actually what we prefer, because we want to see what's going on in the entirety of the abdomen and also some of the pelvis as well. And there's a spectrum of normality in abdominal x-rays. Everyone's is slightly different because it depends on what you've eaten, when you've eaten, are you feeling gaseous, are there any obstructions? So there is a spectrum of normality. Some things you can see, some things you can't see. Just to put this out there, the preferred imaging, the preferred type of imaging for your abdomen is a CT scan. That's more concrete, that's more distinct. We can see everything properly. But in terms of just an abdominal X-ray, it's a quick scan to have, but it doesn't really that much, or it doesn't reveal that much information. So 3-step approach, guys. You should be writing this down. A 3-step approach, an easy step-by-step approach on how to read an abdominal X-ray. Number 1, and this is really, really important. If you've got an X-ray which comes in front of you, if you've got any sort of information which comes in front of you, always confirm the patient's details. Make sure it's the correct patient that you're about to write a report on. So confirm the patient's details is step number 1. Step number 2 is look at the image and the type and the quality. So is this image a good enough quality for you to write about? You wanted an image of the abdomen, but they've sent you an image of just like the bottom right-hand side of the abdomen. That's not good enough. You want to see all of the abdomen and all the pelvic area, and then you want to comment on that. So step number 1, confirm the patient details. Step number 2, make sure it's the abdomen and the pelvis that you can see and all of it. And step number 3, this is the approach that we're going to be using today. It's the BBC approach. The BBC approach is what we're going to be using today. And I'll go through what the BBC approach is and what you should be looking out for in each one. So 3 very, very easy steps to looking and reading at an abdominal film. Step number 1, confirm the patient's name and details. So usually 2 bits of information is enough. Their name and their date of birth, that's usually enough. Or if you've got the NHS ID or hospital number, that's extra. But 2 bits of identifiable information is usually enough. Number 2 is image type and quality. So what kind of image is this? If you're trying to read and report an abdominal film, then we prefer to have a good quality picture, which we can see all of the abdomen and we can see all the pelvis before we start reporting on it. And then number 3, we've got the BBC approach, and I'll talk about that as we're going along now. Okay. So this is an X-ray that you can see. This is an X-ray of the abdomen and the pelvis, and they've added some depiction to this and annotated what's going on where. So on the right-hand side over here at the top, so on the left-hand side of your screen, obviously right-hand side of the patient, we have the liver. That's where it should be, around there. We've got the spleen and obviously the stomach around here. The kidneys actually sit retroperitoneal, so they're at the back. Your kidneys at the back, but that's around about where they'd be in your X-ray. What's this here? Anyone tell me what these sort of building blocks are coming down here? What are these building blocks, guys? Excellent. That's your spine. So they're essentially like Lego pieces or building blocks, which is your spinal cord coming down, your vertebrae, and you can see them very distinctly in an abdominal film. We've already spoke about this. These are your, this is the pelvis area over here. Okay. This here, actually, if you look closely, these are your hip joints. So this is the ball and socket joint that you can see here with hips. And it's also good for maybe checking if there's been any sort of hip dislocations or hip fractures in an abdo-pelvic film, because you can see the pelvic area very, very nicely. So you can see that all there. Okay. So now that we've orientated ourselves and we sort of understand the anatomy of what's going on underneath the human body, and we can sort of recognize where certain structures might come up and what's going to be going on, let's now go on to our 3-step approach. Guys, what was step number 1? Tell me in the chat, what was step number 1? So someone said confirm. Excellent. Confirm patient details. Fantastic. Well done, everyone. What's step number 2? So image type and quality. So for an abdo film, we want to make sure that we can see the abdomen, we can see the pelvis, the quality is good, the penetration is good, it's clear. If it's not clear, then you don't want to report on it because you don't want to miss something. So you would request them to take another image. So the image type and quality is really, really important. And then step number 3, which I'm going to talk about in more detail. Fantastic, everyone. You guys are following along and you're doing really, really good. It's the BBC approach. Now, what is the BBC approach? Let's go into the BBC approach. Before we go into the BBC approach, let's look at a normal, healthy patient. So this is a normal, typical abdo-pelvic film. Let's just have a look at it. So, let's have some volunteers. Any volunteers? Anyone want to put their hand up? So we've got Abdul Ghafoor. Are you there? I'm picking you. Abdul Ghafoor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you, Abdul Ghafoor? You okay?
Yeah, good.
Good, good. Abdul Ghafoor is one of my students, so I know him. So I'm happy you're here. So Abdul Ghafoor, can you please tell me what is this here? What are these over here?
The spine.
Excellent. That's the
Okay.
vertebrae. So these are the bones of your spine. Excellent. Very, very good. What are these bones that we see here?
The ribs.
Excellent. That's your rib cage. So that's your anterior ribs that you can probably see, because we've got anterior ribs and we have posterior ribs. Very, very good. What are these bones here?
Pelvic bones.
Excellent. These are your pelvic bones. Fantastic. Okay. What do you think? So we've got like some like gas and like some air here. So on an X-ray, Abdul Ghafoor, if something is white, is that solid or is that gas?
Solid.
Excellent, excellent. So those X-rays, those X-ray beams, those photons, when they're firing through, if something is solid, it's going to show up as more white. It's going to show up as more gray, more white on your image. And that's why you can see bones are white. Soft tissue is white. Your organs would probably be really white if they were thick, like the heart and your lungs. If you have this sort of mottled appearance where it's black, Abdul Ghafoor, what do you think that might be? The black area?
Liquid or gas?
It's probably gas, yeah, liquid, very good. So this gaseous area is because I just gave you an image before. Your small intestine is where, Abdul Ghafoor? Where's your small intestine?
Somewhere in the middle.
Excellent. Your small intestine is basically around this area, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is your small intestine. That's where it's going to be. And then your large intestine starts in the bottom right corner. So so if you just touch the right side of your body at the bottom, your abdomen, just on the right side of your navel area, that's around about where your large intestine will start, around here, and it will travel up, won't it? It'll go up the ascending colon. It will go across, transverse. It will go down, descending, and then out from here. Do you agree, Abdul Ghafoor?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So what do you think this sort of, if you zoom in now to this picture and you look in with there's this black outline circles, what do you think that might be? What are those black outline circles, Abdul Ghafoor? What's going on here? What's underneath this? It's like a mottled, we call it a mottled appearance. What do you think that is?
Something to do with the large intestine.
Yeah, and what's usually in your large intestine if you've eaten a nice meal?
Feces. I don't...
Excellent. Very, very good. That's feces, guys. So if you look closely, what you can see here is feces. That's how it would look like in your intestines, okay? In your large intestines, it'll be like a mottled appearance, and that would be feces. Well done, Abdul Ghafoor. Very, very good participation. And I liked your responses and your answers. Well done. Okay. Let's now move on. Let's now move on to our approach, our BBC approach. Okay. So what does BBC stand for, first of all? We need to know that. We know the first two steps. The third step is the BBC approach. What does BBC stand for? So the first B, guys, stands for bowel and other organs. So in your BBC approach, your quick approach to looking and reading an abdominal film, an abdominal pelvic X-ray, after you've confirmed the details, after you've checked that the image quality is good enough for you to report on, and you can actually see the abdomen and you can actually see the pelvic and the penetration is good, so you can see the vertebra clearly, then you would go into the BBC approach. The first letter in BBC is B, and that B stands for bowel and other organs. Bowel and other organs. So the main thing to comment on here is bowels. Bowels and other organs. Okay. So as you know, in your body, you've got your small bowel and you've got your large bowel, which I've already talked about a little while ago in the sort of anatomy part of this session. So you've got your small bowel, you've got your large bowel. The esophagus is connected to your stomach is connected to your small bowel. Your small bowel is central. Your small bowel is more so in the middle of your abdomen. And surrounding your small bowel, around your small bowel, you've got the large bowel. You've got the large bowel, which is around the small bowel. Another way to say small bowel and large bowel is small intestine and large intestine. Large bowel, small bowel, large intestine, small intestine. It means the same thing, guys. Okay. For bowels and other organs, there's the 3-6-9 rule that I want you to know. There's the 3-6-9 rule I want you to know for bowels and other organs. The first B in our BBC approach. Okay. So I'm just going to make a quick table here for you to put this into perspective for all of you. So I want everybody focused on this table here. So I'm using a green pen to draw the table. And I'll be using, let's use blue. So I'll write S for small bowel and L for large bowel. How do we know that it's small bowel on an abdominal X-ray? And how do we know that it's large bowel? I'm going to give you a few deciphering factors. Okay. The first one, number one, the first one. And I've already said this. Your small bowel is central. C for central. The small bowel anatomically, it's most likely going to be in the center of the abdomen. And your large bowel anatomically is going to be around the center of the abdomen. And something which is around, you can call it peripheral. You can call it peripheral. So it's on the peripheries, it's on the outside, it's on the edges, it's not in the center. Center is small bowel, around or peripherally, it's your large bowel. It's your large bowel, okay? Does everybody understand that? Who's not quite following? If you're not following or you don't understand, let me know. Making sense, everyone? Everybody happy? Yep, fantastic. Okay, so you know where the small bowel is and you know where the large bowel is. Fantastic. Okay, now what I want you to have a look at is number 2. Okay, I want you to look at the second thing. The small bowel have a diameter of 3 centimeters, and the large bowel have a diameter of 6 centimeters. So small bowel 3, large bowel 6. I want you to write that down. Small bowel 3, large bowel 6. Small bowel 3 centimeters diameter, large bowel 6 centimeter diameter. Okay, apologies for that. So I hope that makes sense now. So there's 2 things that we've seen here. We can see that the small bowel is centrally located, the large bowel is peripherally located. That's the first differentiating factor. The second differentiating factor is the small bowel, the diameter, and I'm going to show you this, is 3 centimeters, and the large bowel is 6 centimeters. That means if you see a small bowel with a diameter of more than 3 centimeters, that's not a good sign. If you see a large bowel with a diameter of more than 6 centimeters, that's not a good sign. So it should be less than 3 centimeters and less than 6 centimeters in terms of its diameter. Okay, number 3, guys. Number 3. And this is going to make sense when I show you the images. When I show you the images, this is going to make a lot more sense. Okay? So on... Okay, so apologies for that. So on the step 3, we can see that we will have a difference in the structure. So step 3, I just want you to put a line through it because there's a difference in the structure, and I'm going to show you the difference now in the next images. Is everybody following the 3 things which are different in the small bowel and the large bowel? Number 1, the small bowel is central, the large bowel is peripheral. Number 2, the small bowel's diameter or the wall should be less than 3 centimeters. The large bowel's wall should be less than 6 centimeters. And number 3, it's a visual difference in the structure, and I'm about to show you that visual difference right now. Well done, everyone. And thank you for paying attention. So let's now have a look at that visual difference. Let's have a look at that visual difference, guys. Okay. I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and I want you to tell me what you think this is. Is that small bowel or is that large bowel based on the information that I've given you already? Is that small bowel or is that large bowel? Go. Now, it could be that it's a small bowel and it's distended. That could be the case. Ten more seconds. Have a think, guys. Okay, and that's time. So first of all, let's look at this image and let's orientate ourselves. You always start off by understanding where you are in the body. So this is clearly a close-up of an abdominal pelvic X-ray, and it's clearly been zoomed in to one particular structure and one area of the abdominal film. Who can tell me what this is? What are these lines here? What's this here? What are these? Spine. Excellent. And where is the spine located? Is the spine central or is it peripheral? Middle. So this is the middle of the patient. I'll put a C here. This is the center of the patient. So this is a close-up towards the center of the patient. And already, what should your brain be telling you? What have I told you? Which type of bowel is in the middle? Excellent. Well done. The small bowel. The small bowel is in the middle. So if the spine is having a close-up, then we know the small bowel is probably going to be around there somewhere. Okay? Now, the second thing that I told you is the small bowel would have walls which are less than 3 centimeters. And they've actually done this for you. They've put the ruler there and they've shown you that it's 53.8 millimeters, which many of you said was actually more than 3 centimeters. And we need something which is less than 3 centimeters. So this indeed is small bowel, but it's been distended. This is distended. There's clearly a blockage. There's a blockage going on, and that's why it's the small bowel. We need to fix this patient. We need to find out why this is happening and remove the blockage and remove the distension and stop the small bowel from distending, because it should be less than 3 centimeters. Okay. Now, if you're still confused that, now hang on, this still might be the large bowel, because it could be the area that's overlapping and going around the center. So it could be the large bowel. This is where the third rule comes in place. The third rule was what, guys? That I didn't tell you. What was the third rule of how to recognize between small bowel and large bowel? What was the third rule, guys? Who can tell me? Excellent. Visual differences. And this is where you need to see the image. The structural difference and the visual difference. Let's just clear this image. So I'm going to make it as clear as possible for all of you listening right now. Okay. So if you look at the small bowel up close, you will find and you will see that there are these lines which go all the way through. All the way through. Can you see that? They start from one side of the small bowel wall and they literally go through all the way. Can you see these lines? Can you guys see them? These lines are indicating and showing you that this is the structure of the small bowel. They have lines which go through from one side of the wall to the other side of the wall, which you can see in the image quite clearly. You can see quite clearly in the image, okay? These are lines which are going through. So this is the third structural difference. This is the third structural difference. This is the third thing. The small bowel have these lines which go from one wall to another. I'm not going to make it any more confusing by telling you what the lines are called. For now, I just want you to visualize this, okay? Now, how is that different from the large bowel? What's going on in the large bowel? And how is that different from the large bowel? You can see on the next image. So I want you guys to tell me what you think this is. What do you guys think this is? I'll give you again around 30 seconds to answer this one. And that's time. So this time, it is the large bowel. How do we know that? I'll tell you very, very clearly. We don't know if this is central or peripheral. We can't really see. Maybe you can a little bit because we can't see the spine behind it. So it might be on the outside. That's number one. Okay. Maybe you could see some underlying structures, the pelvis or something like that. That's number two. So it's clearly around the edges. Number three, you could also say here that there's if you look here, this here, it's less than 6 centimeters. So less than 3 centimeters would be small bowel. Less than 6 centimeters is large bowel. Of course, unless there's some sort of small bowel distension, then it would be more than 3 centimeters. If this was large bowel distension, it would be more than 6 centimeters. So this is less than 6 centimeters, so possibly it's large bowel. And then finally, this is what I was talking about in terms of the structure. I want you to have a look at this. What do you notice about the walls and the lines this time? What do you notice about the lines and the walls this time? Excellent, there's gaps. Okay? There's these gaps that are formed. So this time, your large bowel, they don't have lines that go all the way through. And we actually call this haustra. This forms haustra. Okay? This forms haustra. So little houses, haustra. These are called haustra. These haustra are formed in your large bowel. And they churn, when your tummy churns and peristalsis happens, the haustra, it moves from your feces will move from one area to another area to another area, going through the haustra. That's how your large bowel is structured. The walls do not go all the way through. The lines do not go all the way through. The lines would stop. And now you're seeing the structural difference between the large bowel and the small bowel. I hope that's clear. Is that clear for everyone? Give me a yes if that's very clear for you. How the large bowel and the small bowel is structurally different. Excellent. Very, very good, guys. If it's not clear for you, do tell me. I'm happy to go through it again. No problem. More than happy to go through it again. Okay. Right. Now that that's made sense to you all, and I'm glad that has, I want you all to have a go at this and tell me what this is. So what's going on here? Is that small bowel or large bowel? I want you to tell me. Tell me in the chat. So go through those 3 rules that I told you. The 3 rules. Go through the 3 rules and then ask yourself what's more likely. Okay. So this is small bowel. Number 1, it's centrally located. Number 2, we don't know the diameter. But if I was to tell you, for example, that if you measured from one side to the other, then the diameter is, let's just say the diameter from here to there is 5 centimeters. So it's small bowel, it's centrally located. We can see that the lines are going all the way through. You can see them here. You can see them distinctly. The lines are going all the way through. The lines are going all the way through. Lines go all the way through in your small bowel only. And this is a distension of the small bowel and small bowel obstruction. This is what it looks like. You know, we actually describe it in medical terms as a slinky. Anybody seen a slinky before? I'm sure you guys have, and you've played with slinkies. It looks like a slinky, doesn't it? Can you see that? Can you guys all see that? So it looks like one of those slinkies if you're going down the stairs or whatever. So small bowel obstruction, this is obviously a diagnosis. This is a small bowel obstruction. The patient might not be able to eat. They might be vomiting lots. They might have lots of diarrhea. Everything they're eating is coming back out because there's an obstruction. There's a blockage. Imagine you've got your drain, and your drain, which is usually taking all the liquids and the fluids down, it's blocked. And everything's coming back out. Everything's coming back out each time you open the tap. You put something down the drain, it's coming back out again. That shows you there's an obstruction in the drain. Your small bowel is like a drain, okay? If something's going inside, water's going inside, and there's an obstruction, it'll just spit it back out. It's coming back out. It's not coming, it's not taking it in. This is an obstruction, and this is how a small bowel obstruction would look like on an abdominal x-ray. And now you can see that with the differences that I told you between small bowel and large bowel. Everybody have a go at this one. What's this one, guys? So go through those 3 things, the 3 steps I told you, in terms of the difference between small bowel and large bowel. Excellent. I think you've got this now. That's definitely large bowel because we can see the haustra. We can see that the walls are not completely in. We can see that right here. Okay? So we can see that right here. Okay, so we can see that all right here, right now. Does that make sense, guys? So this is definitely haustra, this is definitely large bowel, and this is actually large bowel obstruction. It's a lot bigger than 6 centimeters, especially this. This is mahusive over here, isn't it? Look how big that is. That's ginormous. So that's clearly some sort of large bowel obstruction going on there. Okay, so for BBC approach, the first letter B stands for bowel and other organs. So the main thing you're looking for essentially on an abdo film is the bowels. Okay, the main thing you're looking for are bowels. And we can see the bowels clearly now. You know the difference between small bowel and large bowel. After bowels, you can look at the other organs. So, for example, know essentially where the stomach is, where the liver is, but you won't necessarily see them clearly on an abdominal film. The main thing is the bowels, and you know how to see the bowels now. The second B, remember we had a BBC approach. The first B was for bowels and other organs. The second B is for bones. The second B is for bones. Okay, so we've done bowels. We are now on bones. So for bones, you just want to check if there's any fractures, if there's any dislocations, if there's anything you're worried about, hairline fractures. What kind of bones are we looking at? Look at the ribs, look at the vertebrae, look at the pelvic bones, look at the femur, which is essentially your thigh bone, where your thigh is. You might be able to see it. And you can look for any metastases, which is basically something which doesn't look normal and it's sort of protruding or sticking out. That could be a problem, and that could be some sort of cancer that's growing there. So bowels for the first B, the second B, just talk through what you see in the bones. Are there any fractures? Are there any dislocations? Are there anything that you're worried about? Is there anything obvious that looks weird within the bone structure of this patient's scan? Okay. And finally, in the 3-step approach, we've got bowels, we've got bones, and then what was the last letter, guys? In your 3-step approach? So you've got 3-step approach, and then in the final step, there were 3 things. C, and what does C stand for? Anyone remember? Excellent. Calcifications and artifacts. Calcification and artifacts. So calcification, essentially, I don't know if you probably can remember in primary school, you did that experiment where you grew crystals and you left them there overnight, and the solute and the solvent, and they became crystals. The next day when you went, you're like, wow, this is amazing. So that can happen to the human body as well. Your body's got lots and lots of chemicals. Those chemicals can calcify and they can stick in certain places. And that's what will come up on the scans as calcifications. Artifacts is basically everything else. So calcifications can be gallstones. You can have these stones in your kidneys. You can have stones in blood vessels. You can have them in your pancreas. And then artifacts would be like, what do you think that is, guys, there? What do you think that is in that image? So it's an earring. Someone said this is an earring. So have they swallowed an earring? Yeah, good. So that's a belly button piercing. It's actually above the skin. It's not inside the patient's body. Well, I hope it's not. It's actually above the skin, and it's an artifact that you can see when the image was taken. It's just a belly button piercing that you can see right through it. So you'd comment on that as well. You can comment on anything, any artifacts that you see. So calcifications, you'll see very clearly. Okay, let's go through some cases now. I want some volunteers. Hands up. Who's going to volunteer? Who's going to volunteer? Any volunteers? Do you want me to pick? Okay. We've got Azin and we've got, okay. So Azin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, Azin, thank you for volunteering. So I want you to go through the 3-step approach and tell me what's going on here. Okay, so don't get scared. Everybody should be doing this themselves as well, but you're going to be doing it aloud for everyone. Just go through your 3 steps. What's step number 1, Azin? Azin, what's step number 1? Is it working? Hello, Azin?
Hi, yeah.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for volunteering. What's step number 1?
So bowels and organs.
So before we go on to that part, what's step 1? What do you do first when you see any sort of scan or anything?
Hold on, let me check my notes. Hold on.
Sure, that's fine. Take your time.
So you confirm the patient details.
Okay, So if I was to tell you, yeah, this is Amy Jackson, it's the patient that was scanned this afternoon in A&E, and it's just been about 5 minutes, and now you're reading the scan. So yeah, you confirm the patient name and date of birth, or you confirm the patient details.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you check the image type and quality.
Okay. So number 2, check the image type. So can we see the pelvic and can we see the abdomen?
Yeah.
Yep. So I think quality check has been done. We're happy with that. Very, very good, as in. So we're happy with that. We're ready to go now with our 3-step approach now. So what's step 3, as in?
The bowels and organs, bones and calcification.
Excellent, excellent. So bowels are the organs. You said bones, and then C for calcification. So let's talk through the first B then. Let's talk through bowels, as in. Talk to me about this. First of all, what's going on here? Just talk to me. What do you see?
So you can see the large bowel.
Where's the
because
large
it's
bowel?
going around.
Very, very good. Well done. So all of this going around is what?
The large bowel.
Excellent. That's definitely the large bowel. Can you see the small bowel?
A little bit, like in the
Yeah, I think just here, right? This is the small bowel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, because the large bowel has distended so much, it's sort of covering. You can't really see much of the small bowel, but you can see that there's lines going all the way through here. So this is most likely going to be the small bowel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very good. Well done. Okay. So talk to me about the large bowel. What do you think about it?
We don't have measurements of the diameter, so
if I were to tell you that the measurement of this is 9 centimeters.
That is very distended.
Excellent. I love the vocabulary. That's distended. Very, very good. And how do you know this is large bowel? Because it's peripheral. And also, what do we have here?
It has those like bumps and grooves.
Good. So these are called haustra. These are called haustra. These are called haustra that are forming here. Very, very good. So overall in bowels, what would you say just by looking at this? What's the diagnosis here?
Possibly like a blockage.
Excellent. Very, very good. So large bowel distension, possibly there's some sort of obstruction going on, but this is massive. That's huge, isn't it? That's a really, really big distension. And this patient, if they're not cared for as soon as possible as an emergency, they might like blow internally. That there's only so much the walls can distend, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Well done. So what's the second letter in bowel? So you've done bowels. What's the second letter?
Bones.
Bones. So talk to me about the bones. What are you looking at in bones?
So you can see the spine in the back.
Excellent.
And the pelvis.
Yeah. Are there any fractures or dislocations or anything you're worried about?
Not that I can see right now. No.
Yeah, I would agree. I can't really see much there in terms of anything that you'd be worried about in terms of the bones. And what was the final letter as in?
Calcifications. C.
Calcifications. Fantastic. Calcifications. And that's C for calcifications. Can you see anything that you're going to comment on in terms of calcifications? Any stones anywhere? Is there anything that you can see?
No, there's nothing really sticking out to me.
Nothing really sticking out. Fantastic. Okay, good. So overall, well done. This is large bowel obstruction. It's a distension. We're very worried about this patient. And that's essentially what's going on. And that's what you would write. Well done, as in. Very, very good. And for all those that you were listening along and you had something similar as well, well done to all of you. Very, very good. Okay. We will go on to our next case now. We're going to go on to the next case. Hands up if you want to have a go. And just to let you know, after this case, we will be announcing the winners for the giveaway. So if you haven't entered the giveaway, please do enter now by sort of sharing anything on your stories on Instagram or on TikTok, or liking our page on Instagram, TikTok, or liking our stories, and then you will be automatically entered. And around 5 minutes or so, the winners are going to be announced of our giveaway. Okay, who wants to volunteer next? Hands up for the next case. Anyone? Okay, good. So we've got, is it Yushin? Yushin, are you there?
Hi, Yushin.
Yushin, lovely to meet you, Yushin. Yushin, thank you so much for volunteering. Okay, Yushin's going to be the sort of nominated person who's going to talk aloud. Everybody else should be writing their report at home using the 3-step and the BBC approach. Okay, Yushin, have a go at this one. So what's step 1?
Confirming patient details.
Yeah, so we've confirmed it's the correct patient. Everything's good. Step 2.
It's checking image quality and type.
Fantastic.
I think I can see everything. So.
Very, very good. Very good. So seeing image quality and type, fantastic. And you said you can see everything. So you're happy with that? So step 3, you, Yushin?
I can't really see the bowels very clearly.
I agree with you. And that's why there's a range of normality when it comes with abdominal x-rays. And that's why I said at the start, we can't really see the bowels clearly, but we can see a little bit of a mottled appearance here. So this possibly could be feces around here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This possibly could be feces in the large bowel. But yeah, you can't see the rest of the bowel. That's fine. That's very good. Well spotted. Okay.
I can
So,
definitely see some calcifications on the
okay, so
left
let's
side.
follow our steps. So B for bowels. You've talked about the bowels. What's the second B
Yeah.
for you?
Bones.
Bones. Okay, talk to me about bones.
There isn't any fracturing, but I'm not sure if like that's normal, that it's kind of curved, the spine.
Yeah, very well spotted. The spine looks slightly curved, so might be some sort of curving of the spine. It might be something that they were born with. It might be something that they've got afterwards. Very good, very, very well identified. We can see that the ribs here, they seem to be sort of. Can you see here, around here?
Mhm.
What's
Yeah.
wrong? It doesn't look right, does it?
Oh, is it like fractured?
Possibly, there might be some damage to the ribs. There might be some damage to the ribs. Well done for spotting that as well. Very good. So we've done B, and then finally C.
There's calcifications on the left side.
So there's calcifications over. Where's the calcifications? Over here,
Yeah.
and probably over here as well, right?
Yeah.
What do you think this is? What structures are around these areas?
The
Remember the image of the
kidney.
anatomy. Very good. Well done, you. The kidney. So what do you think this is? Put 2 and 2 together.
Kidney stones.
That's it. Well done. These are kidney stones. Very, very good. Most likely, these are kidney stones. Very good, Yushin. So look, you just notice how you just followed a 3-step approach. You just literally went through everything, making sure you weren't missing anything, and just commented on what you saw. What I would say in step C, what you could have added is you could have said that there is an artifact here. Can you see that?
Oh yeah.
So
The
that's
kidney.
not, I don't think that's something that the patient has ingested and it's in their lung. It's probably on top of their skin. It might be on the clothes that they were wearing.
Mhm.
Okay. You see that? That's a safety clip there that you can see there. Well done. Yushin, anything that you want to add?
No, nothing else.
Fantastic. Very, very good participation. Well done. Okay. So you've seen there, guys, how radiology is quite cool. It's really awesome. If you follow a step-by-step systematic approach, it makes your life a lot easier. And that's what essentially medicine is about. You're following steps, you're following procedures. Obviously, you're thinking outside of the box as well. You're using the medical information that you're learning, but you're applying that, and you're applying that to these scans and these radiographs that you see right here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you 1 minute to write down a reflection. So I want you to write down a reflection on what you just learned right now in terms of radiology, and what went well for you and what didn't go so well for you. I'm going to give you all 1 minute, and I want you to write down a reflection, because this is something that's going to help you when it comes to your personal statement, when it comes to your interviews. So what did you learn? What's the 3-step approach? And how do you know the difference between a small bowel and a large bowel? I want you to write it down, and I want you to try to actively learn this and recall this information. You've got 1 minute starting from now. Go. So you should all be writing your reflections right now. I will be very shortly announcing the winners of the giveaway, and I'll also be sending a link on how to get your certificate. Only those people who have stayed till the end will get their certificate. Okay. So let's pick this back up now. I hope that you've written down your reflections. I see some of you have shared them, which is fantastic, and it's good for others to look at those reflections as well. I will go through your questions in a little while, and going through all of them. And I will be sending you the link of how to get your certificates as well for joining today. And you can keep them as well. Now, there's been lots of queries and inquiries about this, so I thought I'd just make it clear while I'm on here anyway. So the packages that you see in front of you, it does say per month for 6 months, but your support would continue. Your support does not last only 6 months. The 6-month plan or payment plan is just to help you and your families and your parents with the payment aspect of the packages. But let's just say, for example, you have the premium package and you're paying this quantity for 6 months. Even after 14 months, all of this will still apply to you. Okay? Even after 14 months, all of this will still apply to you. Now, obviously, after 14 months, from the 40 hours of tuition, you may only have around 10 left or 5 left, but you can still use them a year later. The 6-month payment plan is just to help you pay that off. At the moment, the packages are on their discount. We do this every single year at this time, and hence why many people sign up now, because it's 20% off the packages. After the 1st of March, obviously, that's going to be taken off, and there will be no more additional discount on our packages, apart from what you see on our website. So I thought I'd just clarify that for you all right now. Okay. Okay. In terms of the winners, so first of all, thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I hope this weekend was enjoyable. I hope you learned lots from it. I hope this has given you a realistic insight into what the application is all about. I hope that you've understood from the very beginning of your application, essentially from your UCAT, and why that's so important, and why that's more important than ever this year with Cambridge, UCL, Imperial, Lancaster, Brighton and Sussex Medical School. Leeds, of course, changed last year, but with all of these universities who were previously BMAT universities now becoming UCAT universities, why the UCAT again is more important than ever. So if I was in your situation, and like many students are doing across the UK and the world right now, start your light preparation from UCAT from now. I'm not saying do thousands of questions every week, but what I'm saying is start your light preparation from now. It will be good for you, it will help you, and it will make your life a lot easier when it comes to this preparation for medical school applications and dental school applications. Medicine is a marathon, guys. It's not a race. It's a marathon, and you need to start planning ahead and start thinking ahead of how can I ensure that this year goes well. I say this to all the students every single year that I come across. The next 18 months of your life, guys, are going to be the most challenging 18 months of your life, period. In terms of education, there's not going to be a time as much of a roller coaster as the next 18 months are like. Because number one, you're doing 3 or 4 A-levels. The A-levels are completely unrelated. You're learning dy by dx, you're learning about substitution by integration, and maybe magic numbers and magic squares, and then you're learning about your chemistry, moles, and Hess's law, and then you're learning about biology. They're all completely different. And then you might be doing history or a language. Everything's not unrelated to each other. And then at the same time, you're trying to get your head around something completely different, like the UCAT exam, which you don't study for in the UK system. It's something completely different. And then you're having to do 7 or 8 or 10 edits of a person's statement. And then you're thinking about work experience. And then you've got UCAS 15th October coming up, where you need to submit your application. For most schools and colleges, they will require you to send it 2 weeks before. Select your universities, have everything on the UCAS portal ready for the school and college to give you recommendation letters. And then once you send your application, you're thinking, am I going to get invited for an interview? Am I not going to get invited for an interview? All the while, you've still got your second year of college going on, studies you need to attend, lectures you need to attend, revision you need to do, mocks happening, weekly exams happening. And then you're thinking, okay, I've got an interview at this university and I've got 1 week to prepare. So it's a very, very hectic time. And I know that because I've been through it and I've walked thousands of students through it over the last couple of years. Now, your job is to plan ahead. As Benjamin Franklin said, by failing to prepare, you're preparing to fail. So if you start thinking about this stuff from now, if you get a planner, if you get a diary, you start thinking ahead, it's going to help you in the long run. It's going to help you be more organized. It's going to help you have a stronger package and give time where you should give time. So try to start thinking about this stuff from now. That's what you should be doing, guys. Okay? And obviously the good thing is that you're here. You've learned lots over this weekend. You've understood different things over this weekend. So that's a head start for you already. But now it's time to start implementing this into your lives, into your weeks, into your schedules, into your months, into your calendars. It's the time right now to start implementing what's coming ahead. Okay? Right. I will take some questions. So I will take some questions now. If you have any questions, you can ask. We're just going to announce the winners, first of all, of the giveaway. If you have won, well done. What we want you to do is we want you just to send us a message either on Instagram or you can email us and you will get your prize. So the first winner is Ruz Khan Khaledi. So I'll just write that down so everyone can see. Ruz Khan Khaledi. If you're here, well done. Congratulations, Ruz Khan. Please send us a message or email us to receive your prize. The second random winner is, we've got, I think it's Esther Fire. Is that how you spell it? So again, well done, Esther Fire, for winning the prize draw. Very, very well done. And the third and final winner is not from Instagram. It's actually from someone from TikTok. So it's this is the TikTok account. I think it's Isha's Spam. So these are the three winners. If you're here, well done. Congratulations. Please send us a message either on Instagram, on WhatsApp, on email, and you will receive your prize. Well done for winning, guys. For those of you who didn't win this time, don't worry. We will be doing more giveaways on our Instagram page. Please do give us a like and subscribe to our TikTok pages and our Instagram pages to find out what's going on. Okay, now, lots of people are asking about the certificate. You've been very, very patient. I'm going to send the link for the certificate now. The important thing for you to understand is the certificate is generic. You need to click on the document and first you must save. I'm going to say this one more time. Click on the link and first save the document and then edit your name onto the certificate. Yes, this certificate is for both days. And it's only for students who have managed to stay for the entirety of both days. So if you're here for both days, you will get the certificate. I'm going to send it in the chat now. You need to click the chat. This is the only chance you'll get to get the certificate. Click the chat. Click on the link. Save the document. Once you've saved the document, you edit and you add your name. I'm sending it right now. I'll give you all a minute to download that and save and edit and add your name. So I hope that's nice and clear for you. You can click on the message, you can save, you can edit and add your name to the document, which is a certificate for this weekend, which you can keep. Okay. I will be doing a quick Q&A now for the next 5 minutes or so. If you've got any questions, please do put your hands up and I'll try to answer as many as I can. If it's not letting you save it, it's probably because you don't have a Gmail. You need to try to use a Gmail to try to save it, but it does work. So I want you to file and download. So it should give everybody the access to download. Can you all download it? Can everybody download it? Excellent. So you can all do that. Fantastic. Okay, well done. Let's go back to where we were. So yeah, I'll take any questions now. If you've got any questions, you can ask. And we'll take it from there. Thank you so much for coming this weekend. I hope it's been enjoyable. I hope you've learned lots. And we're happy to be part of your journey. So yes, we do. We help graduate and undergraduate applications both. Just quickly going through the chat here. The person statement is still there this year. We offer graduate entry help, but we do not help with GAMSAT. I am a medical doctor. Okay. Someone said I got 4 in English language because I was new to this country. My advice would be to resit English language because majority of medical schools will expect you to have at least a grade 5 or 6 in medical in language. So resit that exam this year. Okay. The recordings will be available once our team has gone through them. They will be available hopefully, and you will receive an email or an announcement on our social handles that the recording has been announced. Rosin, did you have a question? Rosin, did you have a question?
Yeah, I couldn't write my name in the certificate.
So if you download it as a PowerPoint, you should be able to write your name on it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
No problem.
I tried.
I'm not sure why it's not working for you. I think it's working for everybody else. It might be you have to look at your computer and see if you've got Microsoft PowerPoint. It is possible to have face-to-face sessions as well, and not just online, but you need to get in touch with us about that. Someone said, I volunteer at a care home and dementia ward. Fantastic. Reflect about that. Reflect about the patients that you see, Sana. Reflect about how they communicate and how the doctors and the healthcare professionals have to adapt their communication skills to speak to these patients. Thank you so much, guys. I'm glad that you're learning lots from this weekend. And we're happy to be able to bring you stuff like this. If you enjoyed it, please do leave us a review so we can continue to help lots and lots of students every single year. Okay. So the review you can leave on our Trustpilot. So if you just go on Trustpilot, write Medicut, you can leave us a review there. Obviously, your reviews do help us improve. It helps us continue to give these kind of free services that we have available to our students every single year. So that work experience doesn't have to be necessarily in a hospital GP. It can be in a pharmacy, but then that necessarily wouldn't represent medicine or dentistry. You would have to use that to compare between medicine and dentistry. Yes, there's 20% discount on what's currently on our website. That's correct. So the packages at the moment are on the best rate that we'll have them anytime this year at all. If you're a biomedical science student, I would say definitely if you're thinking about medicine, apply. Graduate entry medicine is obviously a completely different ball game to undergrad. There's different exams and different things that you. Yes, absolutely. So that can also be work experience as well if you're volunteering at charity shops. It's just about reflecting and using, for example, your interaction with patients, your interaction with elderly patients, your interaction with young customers as an experience, which is something which is a transferable skill into a career like medicine. We do not help with GAMSAT, unfortunately. Okay. So I'm going to stop it there. I will end this session now. Thank you all so much for sticking around to the end. I graduated from University of Leeds, for those of you asking. So I will be ending it here. I hope you've enjoyed the session. I hope you've learnt lots. Do look at our website if you want any more resources. We've got lots of work experiences there that you can see as well. Any questions, send us a message on WhatsApp. Our WhatsApp chat is really, really active. There is actually an entrance chat for 2025 with more than 200-300 people on there already. So join that chat if you're not on that chat already. We do lots of regular Q&As for our students. Okay, take care, guys. All the best.